The motherland has a magnetic mountain. All the ancients spoke about it. Even the Africans will tell you they're not from Africa. They'll tell you they come from the north. And if you look at a map, you will see that they're talking about Eden. So yes, Huey P. Newton was a Black Panther, but he was the implant all along. He was a signal put there by the government. Bill Clinton was a signal. Barack Obama was a signal. The joke is on us, y'all. The joke is on us. Jerry Rice is a signal. You know, John Lewis is a signal. They've been controlling the black dialogue for so many years, and now it's time for us to stand up. All of us black men who not part of no societies, it's time for us to make our own society and put some fire to these gay ass, secret oath-keeping ass, sellout ass niggas. I hope all of y'all get mad and start putting fire on their ass. Now look at Huey P. Newton in this throne. This is the pose right here. Every fraternity got a artwork where they got their founding member in a throne.
So here's the thing, right? Because we're not right there in the middle of it, in the center of it, next to those with nowhere to go, without any options or alternatives. For the most part, wherever we are, we have a certain selection of options ourselves. If we were in any position to expand, then we will be a little bit more exposed to fuller perspectives, to more of a clearer comprehension of the factors involved, politically, religiously, or spiritually, which is not necessarily the same thing, socially and emotionally, which is more closer to the same thing than religion and spirituality, emotion and social, that is. But that's it's pretty controlled as far as those that are capable, that are privy to much of anything different or more. And by the time you are, closer to being able to even interact and exchange, meaning that you have a more open time, right? To where you're doing extracurricular, doing something a little bit extended than your everyday, of course, program and regimen to expand. Because as I was just saying, or as I said about even in the forfeit, you make a decision, right? We have a plan and we either follow it or we don't. You make a decision, right? We have a plan and we either follow it or we don't. By the time you become an adolescent into your early adulthood, you're supposed to already have a clear understanding and estimation of what it will take for you to get to a point to where you see yourself. Most ideally, generally speaking, there's a small percentage of us that even get to that point, personally. Because we end up stopping on the way, or we end up taking detours, we end up settling for less, we end up becoming involved with other people who honestly end up meaning more to us than we even mean to ourselves. Which is the whole sort of idea, right? The whole campaign, right? The whole argument of self-love, right? And you get to self-love, you get to speaking on self-love after you done been hurt, right? After you done a few hundred times, 20 or 30 times, then you finally say, well, look, I gotta love myself because ain't nobody else gonna be putting too much more up with me. And I'm not as young as I was. You know, hear too many younger people speaking about self-love. Not to say that you don't see that, and that it's not good for someone who maybe had never even been in a serious relationship, or too many to start, or to at least comparatively and honestly, as well as fairly, focus on loving themselves. If not only, then first, and if not only and first, at least in addition to wherever they would find themselves sacrificing their time and energy, right? Because who got enough money to travel to different cultures, right? Different communities and environments? Hardly nobody. And if they do, they're pretty much, it's rare that they're not compromised by the system, right? Have already traded and sacrificed their time and energy in a direction that has more so corrupted their soul, generally speaking. Unless you happen to be born with money and was able to escape the influence of your surroundings, is the situation. Or you happen to actually be someone who was of a very rare and exceptional character and able to operate in both worlds. And even then, it's not enough of you for it to be widespread, or for it to even be commonly known or openly experienced without it becoming a risk and a threat to your operation. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. So that's why you're going to see people confused. That's why you're going to see people frustrated and conflicted and anxious, yes? Because for the most part, it's nothing that they can do. And if it's not it's nothing that they can do, they are the ones doing it or contributing to the system that is perpetuating its continuation, as well as effectiveness and devastation, knowingly or non-knowingly, right? You gotta ask yourself, man. How could any of this happen?
These are Masons. These are the most elite men in society who've taken an oath and to uphold the secrets of Rome and of the Pope and the Vatican to keep the people oppressed. So check this out. These secret societies, you got to think about the name of it. They holding a secret, and they are a society. Now, as America, they tell you we're a society called America. So what's up with the secret society? Well, a secret society is a society that exists within this society that controls the slave society. What do you mean by slave society? Everyone that don't know the secret. The secret society is the hidden hand that dictates the fate of all of our children. Dictates who get what job, who make it where, who lives, who dies, who go to war. You name it. They control all fashions of our society, from the sports to the music to the military to the, weather, media, you name it. And every last person at the top of each one of these industries is a member of a secret society. And every last person at the top of each one of these industries is a member of a secret society. So Skull and Bones was a powerful secret society that came up out of Yale, and most of your presidents and politicians who control this country are members of Skull and Bones. Now, what is the Boule? The Boule, this is something different, because Boule is also a game. The Boule is the most powerful black men on the planet. The Boule is the black version of Skull and Bones. These guys have taken the same oaths as the Skull and Bone members, as the hidden hand secret societies, but their job is to see what you got to realize about the secret societies that run the world. All of these secret societies have different sections. So they have a black section, they have a white section. When you go overseas, Freemasons got Asian brothers who part of the Brotherhood. When they go to the Middle East, they got Muslim brothers who part of the Brotherhood. So what you got to realize is the word society. Secret society means that these guys are their own nation, They are their own society, and their nations aren't bound to land and geographics. The secret societies build their nations in the hearts and mind of the man. So why do Masons call themselves traveling men? Because their kingdom expands throughout the whole 7 continents. In the Bible, when it say that the devil had rule over the... So Bill Clinton, they say he was a black president, but they was telling you that because he's a Sigma. He's in a black Greek organization. So is Terrence Howard. Why the hell is the actor Terrence Howard in the same secret society as a fucking president? Because they control all factions of life. The president ain't nothing but an actor himself. That's what you got to realize. This is a big show. Organizations. These are the guys who control all black people. And yes, he's a A5A, he's a A5A, he's a A. You can't name a black famous person or somebody who important that ain't a member of some organization. It's impossible. We're in a fucking matrix. These guys get in college, they join these organizations, and they take an oath to keep these secrets and to keep all the power within their brotherhoods. But you can see the black and gold originated from the first alphas in Kemet. Narmer was the first alpha, or the first Masons originated in Kemet. So what you need to pay attention to is this guy's hand. He didn't make that up. He don't even know why he doing it. He don't know why. All he know is somebody taught him to frown his face up and do his hands like that. But he don't know that it come from Dagon. He don't know that what he's doing is evil. He don't know that. Y'all send y'all children to college as Africans, and when they graduate, they're Greeks. Where they do that at? How you send your kid off to college as an African, and when he come back home, he's a damn Greek? You don't even recognize him anymore. He frowning his face up all stupid, saying chants that sound demonic, doing steps that look demonic, and he's secretive now. It's some things he can't tell you about now. When you send your kid off to college and let him join this shit, you never get your kid back again. Your kid become a different person. And in the future, I'm going to show y'all what really go on in these colleges. I'm telling y'all, stay tuned. It's going to be a whole series called Her Story to His Story, and I'm going to be thorough on all the history of the black Greeks. I'm going to show y'all how evil this stuff is, what go on in these college campuses, how sick it is. So he don't know that. For the new talent that's coming up out of college, and to get them young minds recruited into the occult. All right? And like I said, I'm going to show you some of the stuff they go to when they go through when they join in this, and you're going to see why they're so powerful and why they're so loyal. It's really brainwashing. When you pledge this stuff, you're not the same. They possess your spirit. And I'm going to be getting into that because it's very dangerous. Don't let your children join. Now, on every continent is some sort of Pan-Hellenic conference of a group of members who controlling all of the young minds on every continent that's coming up out of the colleges and seeing who is the brightest and getting them into the occult. They want the young, bright minds, and they want numbers, and they want all of these young, bright college students to go ahead and take an oath so they can start into their cult and working against their own people. So once you join this secret society, remember, if your mama ain't a part of it and your brother ain't a part of it, then you going against them. Because now you join a society that your mama ain't even a part of, and this society requires you to make sure that your mama and your family stay peasants, and that's why in all of these families, you notice that you can be from a poor family, and they have one or two Negroes get rich and become millionaires, and they don't really fuck with the family like that no more, because them Negroes sold out. They leave home, they join these organizations, and they take oaths. They can't even help their own family out. They can only help the brotherhood, and they have no problems doing it. Why? Because the brotherhood giving them millions. And them folks don't care nothing about their own mama no more. When they join this shit, they'll sacrifice their mom and daddy. The blood sacrifice is real. These young college kids are full of ambition. They going to school so they can be rich. They get in there, they go to joining all these organizations, people showing them what big money look like and what they can have if they just do this and do that. And these kids drop out of school and still become millionaires because they join college and join an organization. Or they stay in school and say, hey, when I get my degree in this field, I want to be guaranteed to be a boss over this particular company. And these conferences is a form of nepotism. Nepotism is basically ruling over people with favoritism. All patriarchal societies is ran by favoritism, nepotism, Neptunian ideologies, where you can't be successful if you don't take an oath and sell your soul.
You gotta ask yourself, man. You gotta ask yourself, man. How could any of this happen? Why would it exist in the world where anything can be created on the spot, nigga, instantly and automatically, nigga, before tomorrow, nigga, yesterday. You can make an order for something today and it'll come yesterday. And it's real shit. That's how advanced technology is, homie. Why in a world where that is the case, right? Everything's so convenient to where there's there's not equanimity and equity, right? Balance throughout the entire world. Well, because of course, that would mean, in so many words, nigga, the extinction, nigga, of the white race, nigga, is why, nigga. But, to be honest, not necessarily so. Not necessarily so. Because it's, first of all, there's too many people where they are involved with what they're doing. Right? So it's really, it's been like a flip that's been happening, right? And that's why the forum is open for the dialogue, for the conversation. However, it's not going to be to where there's this privileged or accentuated sort of classism that happens. Because, first of all, within your own direct surroundings is the actual power of the people. You know what I'm saying? If you can't get along with your family, then you shouldn't have no political position. Simple as that. Right? Now, not everybody's charismatic. Not everyone is good managers. Not everyone are personable people. You know what I mean? But that's why they shouldn't elevate into responsibility sort of callings until they grow to that point organically. Right? That's what we deserve, and we have that in some places, but because of the resentment, right? That it's actually real and that people will literally sign up to give their lives for this as opposed to being forced to defend it. Some people, there's more people who are not of that cloth, of that nature, who will band together against someone who will stand alone in the name of millions. You know what I'm saying? We got millions who will fall so that there will be another to fall up against one person who should be protected by not having to fall by those who haven't got to the point that person is at yet. You know what I mean? It's like the main warrior, yes, who's the most ready to go and defend righteousness, right? What is right. Defend life, defend this earth, defend life, defend what's right, defend this earth. Right? Whatever nation it is that you representing, whatever community it is, whatever standard or principle or ideology, or I won't say ideology, but idea, whatever belief, whatever, it's deeper than that though. When it comes to life and what's right, it's deeper than that though. When it comes to life and what's right, you know what I mean? You can't deny what's right, even if you don't believe what it is that's obvious to you. You know, and when it comes down to it and it comes to your own life, that's why they be moving quick, and it is so diluted and convoluted but if it were to come to a point to where a person had to make the decision in the eyes of death, in the eyes of justice, face to face, if they were to ever get to that point, they would choose, since they already given their life, nobody's just going to give their life just for show. Not knowingly, at least. It happens all the time, but it be happening kind of quickly. You know, if it was to where it was okay, arranged as it takes all of these arrangements to get to a point to where anybody's losing their life preemptively, right? Unnaturally. That takes arrangement, right? Right? That takes the engineering of diseases and the systematic contamination and spread of this disease in particular areas, right? And the mutation of this fucking virus and these molecules, right? Or it takes years and years of ethnic cleansing and social engineering, yes, and apartheid, as well as genocide and all these other things, right? To be able to where you even got an area that's been under control for generations and generations, and corruption has been reproduced as well as reattributed, and corruption has been reproduced through generations, to where the standard and principle as far as even just code that this genre, we'll say genre, we won't say creed of people, but that's also interchangeable with genre of people to a certain extent, because we're talking about culture, which culture is made up of different creeds, different ethnicities, yes? A culture is a culture, but a creed is a creed. But you get cultures generally from creeds now, because the human is a culture. To be human is a culture, right? To have a particular sense of humanity is a culture in itself. You know what I'm saying? It is the uniting culture of every creed is humanity.
They never showed him Ptolemy with the double crown. I'm going to show y'all the history of this deception, how they've been controlling this shit. They don't want to tell you that the Greeks and the Egyptians unified and that we still under that unification today. They want to make it like it was always opposition. That's where you get the pro-black community beefing with the white community from. Because the two people at the top of these communities are the black Greeks and the white Greeks who gate guards. They want to keep the people beefing because the moment we all find out that we was betrayed, the end of their rule is over. The end of the boule and the big black and white secret societies over us, it ends the moment we find out what happened in Egypt. With Norma, there was a lot of gender wars and matriarch wars going on that led up to the dynasties. Them first male hunters, when they got everybody addicted to meat, they control the world with that, just like how they can. Today, if you want to go eat something, you got to go to a supermarket. That means man control everything. Man is God. Before supermarkets and rulers, when you got hungry, you went to nature. You went to the tree. Now you got to go to man. That's what happened during the pre-dynastic time. When we used to get hungry, we went to the gardeners. We went to the garden, the nature. We was kicked out of the garden with the first male hunters getting everybody addicted to meat. And they told you that we was kicked out of the garden when the woman bit the fruit. But no, we was kicked out of the garden when the man started hunting the animals and broke the woman's rules. Like I said, when those first male hunters got the villages addicted to meat, you had a lot of women fighting to be ruled over. So I want you to get that in your head. It ain't like women was going against it. Women was addicted to meat too. They was loving these hunters. Women at this time was helping. In other words, women, you played a role in your own demotion. When the first male hunters got everyone hooked on the meat eating and vampirism, they was able to get the women to play a part in their own demotion because now they got something that we all was hooked on, which is the meat. So understand how meat eating play a role in us being kicked out of the Garden of Eden and the first Exodus, where the center moved from the center of the earth to Africa. When we moved from Eden to Africa, what happened was diversity came to Africa. When we left Eden, everyone concentrated in Africa and in other parts of what we call these 7 continents.
And corruption has been reproduced through generations to where the standard and principle as far as even just code that this genre, we'll say genre, we won't say creed of people, but that's also interchangeable with genre of people to a certain extent, because we're talking about culture, which culture is made up of different creeds, different ethnicities. Yes, a culture is a culture, but a creed is a creed. But you get cultures generally from creeds now, because the human is a culture. To be human is a culture, right? To have a particular sense of humanity is a culture in itself. You know what I'm saying? It is the uniting culture of every creed is humanity. Yes, humanity is a sense of spirit. To be a human means that you are a humane being. Yes, it should, no? Otherwise, your ass is just a fucking mammal, cuz. Right? Right? Falling under these different influences, man. You know what I mean? Which we as people are susceptible to without the proper structuring, without the proper nurturing, yes, without the proper attention in the right areas, yes. As far as that's concerned, you know what I mean? It takes time. It takes time. And so people, you know what I mean? Things fall through the cracks. It takes time. Literal people, literal groups of people, literal whole races of people. Nigga. It takes time. It takes time. As far as that's concerned, you know what I mean? It takes time. And so people, you know what I mean? It's things fall through the cracks. Literal people, literal groups of people, literal whole races of people. Nigga. The Tasmanian nigga was obliterated from the earth, cuz. Okay? The Tasmanian was literally eradicated, fam. To the last one, homie. Ain't no more Tasmanians, cuz. Okay? The Tartanian, my nigga. The Tartarian, homie. The vastest kingdom of different creeds and cultures, fam. Okay? You had red-headed Tartarians. You had, nigga, blue, black, golden skin Tartarians, homie. Right? The land of Tartaria was all of Russia, homie, and then some. Also Mongolia, cuz. Genghis Khan was said to have supposedly been a Tartarian. Genghis Khan, nigga, took over in 4 years what the Roman Empire never took over in generations, fam. Okay? Him and his homies, alright? Up against kings and kings of different people of Rome. I mean, they say the sun never set on the Roman Empire. That was like I said, over time. I mean, why? Because it was less raw. You understand? Right? Every one of his generals, nigga, eat, slept, breathed, shitted, and bled justice. Okay? For what? A cause. What they truly gave for, you know what I mean? What they truly proved within their life, right? Worked up to what they decided. Not what was law, right? Not what they would have had to die if they didn't do, what they already signed up for. And sure enough, if they would have turned their back on, it would have had consequences. But it was by choice. And not by force for the most part, as far as the core of it. Yes. It became what it became. You know, absolute power corrupts absolutely, of course. You know, and nothing is perfect, and so we gotta be able to see through the mutations and the deformations, right? And the deterioration. What not to do the next time. Right? But if our motive, right? If our intention is to match or to conquer or to one up, right? Is to improve upon something just to say, oh, well, something else wasn't as what it is that it was. That's, first of all, the wrong direction to go in. That's the wrong motivation. And for the most part, you're not going to get too much notoriety, right? You're not going to get too many people at this point to sign up for some shit that they're not that closely connected to, right? Especially unless it's already got some sort of weight to it, and more weight than anything else ever. And so that means more millions of people gotta be intimidated. You know what I'm saying? And so when you really look at it too, that's what's been happening in a domino snowball effect the entire time, through the trial and error, through the different motives and misguided, misdirected sort of incentives, right? It's been adding to the overall dark seed, poison sort of virus that is hate, that is that is hate, basically. Literally, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not really one person. You know what I'm saying? It's all humans. It's all people in itself. Every person has within them the propensity to be dark, to be evil, to do evil things, right? Because what you are is what you do. Who you are is what you do. Who you are is what you do. So if someone is a evil person, it's because they do evil things, right? And even if they were to not do evil things, they could still be an evil person doing good things, right? Now, what will make a person evil, especially if they're doing good things? It would be their heart condition. You can't help what damages that you might have, that you've been able to gain, that you might even been born with. It might even be genetic, cuz it could literally be hereditary, huh? Okay? Your DNA is made by the way you think, fam. You restructure your DNA through your breathing and through your thoughts, fam. Quite literally. Okay? So, one, okay? One. It's a larger picture having to do with every person that is breathing or thinking correctly. Oh, blam. Okay? Or not. Now, no matter where you go in the metropolitan, urbanized cultural landscape of the globe, yes, you're going to have concentrated groups of people, and then you're going to have more spread out sort of originally holistic living people. Now, are these people breathing correctly at this point? Not all of them, no. Not all of them, no. You know why? Because and I'm going to tell you why that may not be the case, and why these motherfuckers feel safe, even in the concentrated areas. For one, I'm going to tell you like this. Yes, I hope you're paying attention. All right? Hear me today, nigga. There's been a direct and specific campaign, right? Satellites have been able to track every living, breathing person, yes? Every red-blooded human being, no matter where they are. They can be underground, they can be in a lead-filled room. For the most part, if you're in a lead-filled room, they're not going to be able to see it, but they're going to be able to see that room is there, and they're going to see your ass go in and out that room, and they don't have to see it themselves. They have at the point, nigga, of the 60s, nigga, by the 40s, really by the 80s, really by the 90s. It probably was nigga since the 1600s. You never know, bro. How long technology been able to do what they've been able to do. But as of recent, they was just doing what they could do until they could do what they've been able to do. And they've been able to do what they're able to do now for well enough long already. Meaning what? They can track the breaths you taking and how long they are. And anybody breathing in longer than 2 minutes, they finna know exactly where they are, and what race they are, and what blood type they are, nigga. All from a satellite. Why does that matter? Why would anybody do that? Because they can. And you feel like it's a coincidence that they can do it, cuz? If it wasn't so as to do it, use your brain while busting your mouth. Okay, so look, nigga, peep situation, cuz it's the science right now. Ain't nowhere you finna go that niggas don't know you there, and it's niggas on the ground, family. There's oversaturated, surplus, excess niggas on earth, cuz who don't have no creed. I'm not talking about a genetic creed. I'm talking about an order creed. Okay, discipleship, cuz they do. Don't get me wrong, niggas do. But it was given to them, right? That wasn't the original nigga that came up with the shit, or related to the nigga that came up to the shit, or a son of the son of the son. They a son of the son of the son of the son who was trained some shit by someone who was misinformed, cuz, who had a complex and was led by their senses into some shit with their idea and objective centered around power and influence, okay, and one-upping some shit that some other people represented in order to steal they disciples and all of that shit, right? For whatever reason, right? But the point is what? They didn't think of it themselves, cuz, right? Nor was they furthering their thinking. They got to a point to where they felt like they could do enough, like most of us end up doing in life at this point. Why? Because first of all, nigga, the life expectancy done shortened. Secondly, they done spread out all these languages, cuz there's a new language they making new languages every day, cuz. It's more languages in 10 years than it was 10 years ago, fam. It's more languages, dog. Okay? So whatever the original languages is, cuz it's been compromised, it's been diluted. It's oversaturated, cuz. They breaking off into all type of new different languages within the same dialect of languages. You could speak a particular dialect and not even understand someone 3 countries next to you in the same continent, cuz. Let alone all of the continents being able to communicate with one universal language. At this point, that's pretty much English, but that's controlled too, fam. Unless it's a school within that very indigenous area, which at this point, even the indigenous area is not even the original culture. And indigenous areas, which are underdeveloped, but systematically underdeveloped, so as to control the exposure, my nigga. And in turn, control the expansion, cuz, and extension, my nigga.
No, I'm saying it because I hate secret societies. I hate black privilege. I hate white privilege. No, I'm saying it because I hate secret societies. I hate black privilege. I hate white privilege. I wish that every last single oppressed person had the same shot at life as all of these people, but you don't. If you believe in American dream, you're lost. Everybody's not going to be successful, and they got a select few people. When you go to college and join these societies, you enter societies that secure you in life. Now, when you join certain societies, you guaranteed a job. I got a couple of folks who I know who is members of A5A. Shout out to Vegan Warrior. I'm going to get him up here because he was a member of A5A and he know a lot about these secret societies. He can tell you a lot about this stuff. I'm going to have him up here, but I want to go over this first. The whole concept of an alpha male come from these guys, the A5As. When you say, hey man, I'm an alpha male, you're not really an alpha male if you're not really in this fraternity. An alpha male is something you don't have a clue about. These guys have their own society within our society. And listen, I'm going to be exposing a light on this hidden society of black Greeks. Now, before we get into all of that, what you got to realize is that the black Greeks, these early black fraternities, have been controlling the black communities ever since the damn conception of the black fraternity. Now, Alpha Phi Alpha was the first collegiate level Greek fraternity. They're not the first fraternity. The first black fraternity is the Black Skull and Bones. Now, what is Skull and Bones? Skull and Bones is a white Masonic secret society that has been controlling the world ever since their conception, and they got started at Yale University. Look here, people. This is in Washington. This is where Martin Luther King made his speech at. And remember, Martin Luther King is also a member of the Boule. The civil rights movement was controlled. So you have the Washington Monument right there in D.C. And you have one in Egypt too. Because what they're not telling y'all is that we've been under a Greco-Egyptian rulership for the past 7,000 years, and that the New World Order been took place. The New World Order is not about to begin, it's about to be over with. Yes, the New World Order is about to end, while they got dummies running around talking about it's about to begin. They're years ahead of us. The New World Order began in Egypt when the first two world empires united. That was Greece and Egypt. The New World Order was completed with the UN Treaty. The UN Treaty is a treaty amongst all of the world's superpowers. That was when they ended the New World Order right there. And globalization was strengthened like never before. This is a globalized warfare. This is a warfare between heliocentrism and ancient heliocentrism. Black Pope hidden. Today there's a white Pope and a black Pope. We know who the white Pope is, but we don't know who the black Pope is. The white people became the scapegoat. The black people became the hidden power. That's why you hear about a lot of white power, but you don't hear a lot about the Boule. You don't hear a lot about black privilege. This started back in Egypt. They working together. So I don't want to be too long with this, but I want to share some more stuff with y'all. That Narmer is Pan, the goat god. He's man. He's also the Sphinx. All right? So let me show y'all some different versions of Pan. Here's the god Pan. All right, he's a goat god, double crown, and this became the Santa Claus hat. And here's his bent scepter, double crown. Here's the same thing, the double crown of Narmer and the bent scepter. We're still being ruled over by this Greco-Egyptian dual rulership. And you can see these people paint their faces black over here because they know that it's a black pope and it's a white pope. But they do this to keep the divisiveness going. Pro-black see this picture and they get mad at this dude right here. They miss the symbolism. We so lost today that they know they can put this dude up here and paint his face black and that'll throw you off. You won't even see the real issue that you worshiping the damn Pope. That the Pharaoh was the damn Pope. The elite black man and the elite white man know the stuff that I'm telling y'all. They know that the Greeks unified with the Egyptians in 3100, but they never told that to the people, y'all. Are we the black bourgeoisie, and are we the raccoons that our slave masters wanted us to be? Are we the house Negroes? Or
what is the black bourgeoisie?
So the black bourgeoisie is a class that's been created basically to run errands for white people. Mm-hmm. The black bourgeoisie class essentially are the black elites. They work for the powers that be to maintain the status quo, to maintain the order of what is going on. And if you look at the black bourgeoisie, they usually have everything to say and nothing changes. Yes. They're the most opinionated because they have the phones, they have the platforms, etc., right, etc. And I've been an activist for a long time, and so when I look at that class of people, I'm like, well, talk your shit, say whatever you want to say, but put some little money towards moving some of these things forward.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I say that all the time, and it's not a party thing. It don't matter. It's not conservative or liberal. It's just like these people talk so much about what needs to be done, but what are they actually doing?
Yeah.
Right, but the point is what? They didn't think of it themselves, cuz. right? Nor was they furthering their thinking. They got to a point to where they felt like they could do enough, like most of us end up doing in life at this point. Why? Because first of all, nigga, the life expectancy done shortened. Secondly, they done spread out all these languages, cuz there's a new language they making new languages every day, cuz. It's more languages in 10 years than it was 10 years ago, fam. It's more languages, dog. Okay? So whatever the original languages is, cuz it's been compromised, it's been diluted. It's oversaturated, cuz. They breaking off into all type of new different languages within the same dialect of languages. You could speak a particular dialect and not even understand someone 3 countries next to you in the same continent, cuz. Let alone all of the continents being able to communicate with one universal language. At this point, that's pretty much English. But that's control too, fam. Unless it's a school within that very indigenous area, which at this point, even the indigenous area is not even an original culture. And indigenous areas, which are underdeveloped, but systematically underdeveloped, so as to control the exposure, my nigga. And in turn, control the expansion, cuz, and extension, my nigga. My nigga. Which it is up to you and for you to take on for yourself in activating in your own life. And that goes for everyone and anyone, everywhere and anywhere. It's more difficult. It's a little bit more involved for others than it is that, of course, may have been born and forced to go to school and wouldn't even chose to go to school, right? Had to learn piano, girl. Had to learn violin. Had to go learn 7 dialects. Had to learn German and French and Spanish, cuz not even by choice. And had it paid for, cuz just to get grown enough not to give a fuck about it and stay high all day. Nigga, zapping away the memories, cuz. Or getting involved to where, of course, they, you know what I'm saying, they're pretty much under control, right? Under micromanagement, unless they're able to break free through a miracle, through divine order, you know, some type of exposure in their life, you know, because there are orders and creeds, fam, that niggas follow, like I said, those that it's not enough of to where to be openly exposed. But sometimes if your heart condition is strong enough, it's special enough, you know what I mean? Everybody, like I said, got the propensity to do evil within them, but we all have a malevolence as well as a benevolence within us, right? And it's able to be recognized, right? It's recognizable, both sides of it. You know what I mean? But you got to get to a point in your life to where you're mature enough, right? You got to get to a point in your life to where you're mature enough, right? You're experienced enough in making your own choices based on your own true nature. As far as that's concerned, you know what I mean? It takes time.
The 8x8 is an old ass organization, and they are incorporated with the Boule. Alright? Their job is to push the religion of Kemetism to black people. Kemetism to black people. We are not from Egypt, y'all. They are incorporated with the Boule. The people who teaching you all of this pro-black stuff, telling you to hate all these other races, they are racial diversion agents put there by the so-called white man who they speak against. And they're there to keep you mad at the white man. The people who teaching you all this pro-black stuff, the white people got their own agents And they're there to keep them mad at the black people. Mad at the black people. They've been playing on the dialectic of black and white to keep the divide and conquer thing going for the past thousands of years, y'all. Divide and conquer for the past thousands of years, y'all. The people who teaching you all this pro-black stuff, the A5A is an old-ass organization. Would be this lamp on the right. It would be the other part of the scales. And in the middle you have Nimrod with his hands raised like the mother. Remember that the scales is the mother, Ma'at. Alright? They're just an extension of the boule. Cosmology. The pi symbol is a Greek symbol of the female womb. Every frac will have the word pi in it some way if it's a male frac. The females don't have to because they are the divine feminines. Most of them fall under the delta, which is another form of yoni worship. But the games come from the black Greeks. That's why you can have an African person that's saying they're black Greek. Here she is. So the Egyptians and the Greeks, just like the people in the pre-dynastic world, had a reverence worship the womb. For the womb, we all worship the womb. So masculine and feminine both comes out of the womb. And that's what this art is telling you. Africans had the same concept of womb worship. So this became cursed with the rise of the first pharaohs, and what happened in the Garden of Eden, they abandoned their matriarchal concepts. So you see what we abandoned here, what the popes cursed. The center gives birth to left and right. So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. And what happened in the Garden of Eden was the woman and the serpent became cursed, and the man was given rulership over the earth. Alright? They cursed the womb and gave Adam the keys of the kingdom. But what you got to realize is this. Who is Adam? Well, let's go to Adam. Because what y'all don't know is that the biblical Adam are the first solar deity. The biblical Adam is just a copy. So read here, Adam is Atum. He was known by Atum by the Sumerians. So Adam was the first man, or the first solar deity. And the Sumerians said that Atum or Atum was the first god. But look, he wore a double crown. This Atum god is really Norma. The first man was the first pharaoh. Pharaoh is really Norma. If you think that God came from heaven and created man from dirt and then made woman from his rib, you're a fool. People have always populated earth. So when you open up the Bible that's in the beginning, it's coming from the rise of the first man. Let there be light. Adam was created, the woman was cursed, and Adam was given the powers over the earth. And now we ruled over by Adam or Atum or a pope. The male rulership, patriarchy. This ought to make y'all mad. You see it say Adam was the first God to exist on earth because this is Ptolemy. The king is the sun. Everyone know that Ptolemy was supposedly a Greek invader. Well, what the hell he doing with a double crown on? You know why? Because Ptolemy is an armor. And this is what the Black Boule and the secret society's job is to do, is to teach all of these Kemetic Black Hoteppers that you so special because you started civilization and you come from Africa, and they credit all of this to Norma But when you go to researching who Norma is, you'll see Norma ain't nobody but Ptolemy. These black Greeks, y'all need to start setting them on fire. They deceiving y'all. They got y'all still worshiping this damn invader, telling you that it's a black man, when it was a black man and a white man. It's just the way America is today. So you see that Norma is men, he is Pan, he became Atum. Let's move on. He became Atum. Heliocentrism, or the first solar deity. The rising, the sun and the king have two things in common. Both of them rise to power. Kings rise and sons rise because the king is the sun. He come from the womb of the woman. He's the son, the S-O-N, and he but rises to power and sets up his kingdom. And that's how we begin to be ruled by the sun, or sun-centered ruling and sun-centered ideologies, which is chaotic. Heliocentrism became Atum. The male do not leave the womb to rule over the womb. You can't rule over the womb. The evil men that rule our world, they have an anti-womb mentality. They don't like life. They're all about population control. They're all about desecrating the woman because they're all about controlling things. They want to control how many souls is reincarnated into this realm.
True nature. True nature. It's just interesting, right? And it goes even back, all the way back to reincarnation, fam. Like whatever spirit you are, nigga, you either reincarnated or you're not reincarnated. You either here for the first time or you're returning here to finish what you did not finish. And whatever it is that you did not finish, you have some remnants and residue, fam. Okay, that's that nature, fam. Now that's what it is that you would be fighting against in your benevolence if it's overly malevolent or was overly malevolent. In whatever lifetimes you might have lived, you might have been Genghis Khan and get here and ain't got to worry about getting too active and wilding out. But you got to fight that so that it's not overbearing, right? That you don't become some sort of tyrant in your own right, in your own generation. Yes, I believe Genghis Khan might have ascended though, fam. He was of that nature. I wouldn't imagine that he would have probably had to come back to finish too much, but you never know. Whatever did happen, and whenever could pop back up, like I said, when you back and forth, when you get to a place where there's no time at, my nigga. So as soon as you back there, you bring in whatever else you left here with, just like you brought whatever here from where we come from, whether it's for the first time or not. I wouldn't imagine you coming for the first time, you bring it too much, but I can't say. It might be all that you would bring back the first time. That would make most sense to me. Now, if you're able to recognize it is the point I'm saying, then that's a whole nother story. Okay? Now, earlier, a lot less of not recognizing it was going on, my nigga. Okay? That's why you got people who can click into, you know what I'm saying, bossing up, like Masa Musa and you feel me, and Timbuktu and all these other people. Yes? Whoever it is that you got, who had people that was like, yo, I'm signing up for that for now. But those people had lives as well as families, right? And they made their own decision. And so in these decisions, we have these options. Or in these options, we make these decisions from these particular options that we entertain. Now, if we are able to spend some more time developing and expanding these options that are before us, because we don't always have to choose what's in front of us. We can consider it and build on it. If it's not to the full of our liking, full of our interest. You know what I mean? It's called discipline. Okay? You see what's in front of you, you say, okay, well look, if I don't do it, that might mean my life. Shit, nigga, let it mean my life. And if it do, then it do, and when it don't, then you'll be able to see something different at that point. Right? It's not always going to be so crazy like that, but like I said, as far as if it do come down to it, given the time, that's a blessing, fam, that you're even able to see for yourself before it is that you wouldn't even be able to see, and you just choosing whatever it is you're taking somebody else's word for. It's usually the case that you wouldn't make it to that point to be able to decide for yourself. Yes? I think yes. I think yes. I think yes. Because we got what's most precious to us in mind. We all do. Some of us are at that malevolent ultimateness. Okay? I'm not saying Genghis Khan was a good guy. I can't say. You know what I mean? I heard he was smacking niggas off. He was not just smacking niggas, but he was cracking niggas, not just smacking them. Because, I mean, hey, you can waste time, beat niggas up, but it wasn't about winning for him. It was about, he had a mission, right? It wasn't even necessarily about control. It was just about, honor, power, honor, right? You know what I'm saying? It was about honor, honor for Genghis Khan. He said, you know, he can go based on another structure, or he can structure it himself, right? And he had already structured it for himself, obviously enough to where he would be able to structure it for another motherfucker. No? I think yes. So that was a choice he had to make in his life. My shit is structured. I can go over here and stay out of niggas' way, but it seem like they got something within them that's off. That's some sort of imbalance to where they feel like they want to come fight me. Fuck a fight. I'm finna whoop their ass. They gonna come back over here and try to fight me some more. And it's still not finna be a structure enough to where niggas is not tripping so hard, feeling like they want to come fuck with niggas that's not fucking with them. That's already structuring their own shit. Like I said, either you realize it on yourself or you're on your own, or somebody came and convinced your ass based on a complex that you had. Or your ancestors might have had down the line after the times where it was not so spread apart to where we had the time more so to realize whatever it is that it is for us to be doing. You can say what you want to say, but it's still things going the way they're going. Now, you can let somebody else handle it if that it is your destiny to do that. Sometimes that's not nothing you can do so much to help. But sometimes it is something that you are in a position actually to influence positively. However small or large it may be. And a lot of times you don't see it for the full spectrum for what it is either. Sometimes it is you adhering as well as submitting to whatever sort of already established structure does that much to help towards the positive in the long run, or even immediately.
Fraternities got a crest because they represent a family. They are family. Now, the job of the fraternity is to maintain its family and its brotherhood while destroying your family. So they are taking an oath to break up the family, to break up the household, to divide the people, black versus white, give you fake history, while at the same time strengthening their family, strengthening their brotherhood. So when I say secret society, I'm talking about people who turned on their own mama, people who turned on their own brother for a spot in this damn society. Secret society, their job is to perpetuate chaos, ignorance, dumbing you down so you never know the truth. And the symbol of the boule is Norma, the Sphinx. So when I told you earlier we would be getting back to the Sphinx, I told you Norma is the Sphinx. Now I'm going to tie all of this in together. Here's your first Pharaoh Norma. Here's your first Pharaoh Norma as the Sphinx. Again, they deify their rulers. But do you know the mystery of the Sphinx? Alright, because you know the Sphinx comes with a riddle or a mystery. Just like Victoria. Victoria has a secret, remember Victoria's Secret? Well, the riddle of the Sphinx is Victoria's secret. Remember, Victoria is victory. The riddle of the Sphinx is Victoria's secret, meaning that all of these deities is Nimrod, the Sphinx, the winged Nike, Dagon, Serket, riddle me this, riddle me that. That's the mystery, that everyone in the world is still worshiping Nimrod, the first male rulers. So now you get the riddle of the Sphinx. This is Norma. The Sphinx is a very important
The point, though, is that preciousness, what's precious to you in your life and in your immediate circumference, even communicatively speaking, or, you know what I mean, within your own community, right? Within your own surroundings and environment. Yes? That's what a family is, right? A community is made up of families, my nigga. Right? A nation is made up of communities. Communities made up of families, man. Not just individual people, cuz thinking on their own next to other niggas thinking they on their own. Yeah, you think on your own as far as your individual contribution to the full whole that makes you who you are, my nigga. Who are you without no one else? You're nobody. Except for to yourself. Right? So whoever else, that means, yes, they may not be agreeable. You know what I'm saying? That's where those personable skills come in. You know what I mean? That's something you're going to have to bypass, or you're going to have to embrace, right? And as you know, the more you naturally embrace it, then leadership sort of scenarios and opportunities will present themselves. And it's not just for you as an individual only to command so much as opposed to contribute. You know what I'm saying? Sincerely too. For the most part, if that's your calling, then that's your calling. You know what I mean? But it's not safe. For the most, you know what I mean? Today, it's not safe for you to even, for it to be known that you would be the nigga. Why? Because the haters is just gonna gang up in secret for the most part, right? You know what I mean? They got surveillance, but they in secret though, right? They protect each other's secrets, right? While they surveilling other people, like, right? Right, and so we got the ones doing the surveying, right? That know exactly how to evade the surveillance, but they don't want doing the surveillance, right? Because those that are being surveyed are busy realizing themselves. You know what I'm saying? Connecting with their destiny, yes? So, and that's why there's an opening for whoever else would be doing otherwise, to even have the time, to have the opening, to have the forum to build that machine that will operate beyond their lifetime, right? Even without them, with whoever else who has not made the full decision, right? So as to even infiltrate, yes, and preempt their rotation as well as inertia, yes, as well as momentum. To preempt their momentum towards deciding and future decisions, to where it's already contaminated with this superficial external code of power, right? Of control, right? Because true control is going to have an element of power to it, but power is divine in itself. It's called sovereignty. Yes. The sovereignty of God is powerful, cuz. Right? It's all powerful, cuz. So just a little bit of the sovereignty, i.e. control, i.e. power, is misleading, can be confusing, can be convincing to one, of course, that has not aligned with their appreciation and service to that all-powerful, almighty, ultimate, and sovereign, supreme, nigga, propriety, right? True divine order, the rightful lordship, basically. Like, this is the conversation, nigga. This is the full conversation, okay? And there's been systems and programming and conditioning in reference to the fuller and completer structure. Yes? So you might want to stand up and defend your right to acknowledgement, right? Your right to justice. You know what I'm saying? Personally, individually, even in the name of others similar to you, or that agree with what it is that you stand for, or you think you stand for, or that you're ready to expand in regards, right? Ready to develop towards something even more pure, you know what I'm saying? Even more rightful, or even more just, even more righteous, you know? Natural, cuz. Something more natural and pure, like I said. Right? Or more powerful. Huh? Well, shit, don't get it confused, cuz. Power is power. There's an element of righteousness in power. Right? There's an element of sovereignty in power, of course, because, you know what I mean? You're gonna enforce your influence, yes, and control with enough support materially, yes. However, that's for now, my nigga. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's in the moment, right? But with time, you're able to see a little bit more faster. You're able to piece together the best importance. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. You can feel it either way. I done been in front of a fucking gun barrel. I done been behind a gun barrel. I can feel it. I can know if I'm just in defending whatever type cause. And I can look other niggas in the eye who can relate. And we have to admit that even though we ready, we not all the way ready. And we would have died rightfully, respectfully, cuz. But it would have still been wars to fight for our sons, cuz. You understand? You know what I'm saying? We would have been leaving our moms, nigga, unprotected. Is the whole reason why we even got to the point where we was as ready as we was felt like we might have been, cuz. She still got to walk down the street, cuz, without us at that point. I mean, that's something we try to evade, we try to maneuver through. You better catch up with you, cuz, when it's not complete. Eventually, my nigga. And we can only do what we can do. Like I said, we born when we born, and our lifetime is our lifetime. But at the same time, there's a larger program, a larger system that we're also involved with, no matter where we're born, just being born at all on Earth. Right? And that's the fucked up game they're playing with this segregation shit. Through the languages, through the cultures. Yes? Through the education systems, through the judicial, political organizations and categorizations and all these other things. Yes? You got some people that's part of the UN, but not every country is part of the UN. Right? So, how did the UN even start? United Nations? Who's the head of that? The king of the world? Well, who was that supposed to be? It's somebody that they agree under whose authority, cuz, under whose sovereignty, cuz. Exactly. All these countries meeting and operating as one, supposedly, which that's all a facade in itself, right? To those who are really sitting down in their own communities, cuz, literally, cuz. Okay? Like I said, you got that, what's most precious to you. Some of us, well, at this point, all of us, at this point, my nigga, and that's the whole point I'm making while I was even said it, what I began saying. At this point, unless there's some ageless ass vampire somewhere, cuz, with the same heart and brain, my nigga. You understand? Okay? Beyond whatever spirit that might have reincarnated that will already have whatever residue and remnants, man. That ain't died, cuz. That's still the same nigga, cuz. Right? With the same character the whole time, cuz. Because no matter what character you have, you can build your character in whatever direction, fam. It's the beauty, my nigga, of generation. Yes? Of the humane race or being, yes?
So he throwing up Sigma because Bill Clinton is a Sigma. Most of all your presidents are Sigmas. The Sigmas control politics. They throw up the horned goat sign. You see Barack Obama throwing up Sigma. And I just showed y'all that the Sigmas is the boule. See, there's two Sigmas. You got your collegiate level, which is Sigma Phi Beta. And then you got Sigma Pi Phi, which is the boule. And both of those Sigmas work together. All Sigmas work together. Like I said, everybody is members, man. Everybody was a member of this stuff, brother. Now, this dude was a Sigma as well. And who is he? He's the first African-American to be the head of a hospital in the U.S. Look at this, he's a Sigma. So they had to recreate the house Negro out to slavery, and that's when you had the Black Greek. Now the Black Greeks run black consciousness, and they telling you that the house nigga is cats like me who exposing them. So they changing the narrative. Everybody you see on this collage is a Freemason. What they're throwing up is Sigma. But what that really is Pan, not the devil. I just showed y'all who Pan was. He existed before the devil. He existed before the devil. This is the horns. Remember that the first black secret society or Greek organization was the Boule, and that they are sigmas. The sign for sigma is the horns of Pan. So when you see people throwing up them horns like this, they paying reverence to the Boule. Yes, the Pope do pay reverence to the Boule. He let them know y'all doing a good job. I appreciate y'all. You'll see him throwing up other signs too. People think that the Pope throwing up 666. Nope, he throwing up Kappa. Remember that horn sign that you see them doing represents the god Pan. And that Pan is the Baphomet, the god of all secret societies and all black Greek letter organizations, and represents the first rulers on earth, Norma, Ptolemy, and all of them. The devil is an extension of Pan, but the devil you get today in Christianity don't have the same myth as Pan, so it can be confusing. In the future, I'll show y'all how all of this confusion happened and how you simplify it. Don't worry. So, all of these elite men, their god is Pan or Narmer or Ptolemy or the double crown that gave birth to their empire. So the Sphinx is another symbol, the Nike, the scorpion, the circuit. All of this is symbol of the elite or the unification of Narmer. Now, that gave birth to their empire. So remember, all of these hand signs come from the Greeks. The Pope is a Greek ruler, a Greco-Egyptian ruler. This is not 666. 666 is the number of the goddess, but we'll get into that later. This is Kappa. Let's get deeper before we move on, before we close out. Because I keep telling you that all of these societies are under Pan, and Pan is just Norman. See, all of this stuff I'm telling you is Hellenistic ideologies, or Greco-Egyptian ideologies, or the primordial patriarchal origins, the ideology of the original patriarchs that rule the world today. Means Normer society, or Normer patriarch, or the Pharaoh's kingdom translates to the patriarchy of Nimrod. That can also be said as Pan is the god and Hellenism is the culture that gave birth to this Western world. So all of the black Greek letter organizations, all of these, your A-Phi-A's, your Sigmas, your Omegas, and they control the world. They are over black people. Their job is to keep their people in check. And you got different conferences for different people.
Unless there is some literal evil-ass fucking mutant demon, cuz, calling all the shots underground somewhere, cuz. That means that is people, that it comes to people who are in positions, people in positions, yes, pinned up against priorities and promises and all the other things, yes, because it's like, that's that power, you know, and, you know, death will take on a life of its own, okay? Right? That's the subconscious mind. Yes, that's the unacknowledged subconscious mind, because see, what is called the collective consciousness is already aware of itself through awareness at all, right? We have our allotted degree of awareness that can, of course, increase and expand, right? And mature and develop. But we have that, and it is ours individually. But that in itself is connected and interchangeable, yes, with all of consciousness. And through our awareness, it connects to whatever other awareness. However, whatever degrees yours may be more than an X nigga, there's billions of niggas. Okay? Now, the most aware to the least aware is a range of about, I guess they're saying 7 billion different degrees. Yes? But each of those degrees makes the full, communicatively, congruently, or whatever the fuck the word is. No? So that means what? That means that if you are unaware of your own very awareness, which is possible, meaning that there's different degrees of awareness from the most aware to the least aware, however comparable they may be in the potential, in relation to the possibility, yes. Right? Because even the most aware person may not even be a percentage of awareness that we all deserve for all of us to be at. Yes. However, if you're not even as aware as you should be personally, that means a percentage of your subconscious awareness, right? Because, nigga, your consciousness is aware of itself, whether you're aware of its awareness or not. And that is the whole point of coming to enough decisions to where you've already been able to speak for yourself. And that's why it's important to speak for yourself to a point to where even if in whatever group it is you speaking for, nigga, like Genghis Khan, who obviously was structured enough in his own life to structure some shit from other niggas, it's not taken away from the idea of what it is that you represented, nigga. So you want to start there first. I'm not even at that point, cuz I can't speak for myself completely just yet. But I always been on that mission, cuz. When I dropped my gun, cuz. I always been on that mission, my nigga. When I walk outside, knowing that could be the last time I see the sun, cuz. Willingly. Just to take a chance to get some sun and fresh air, cuz. Anything can happen, my nigga. The police might shoot me, cuz. For being outside. But that don't make me stay inside. Why? Because I can't connect that many dots inside. And whatever dots I can connect inside, they already connected, fool. So I'm stepping my ass the fuck outside to connect the rest of the dots, nigga. Because that's where the rest of my niggas is at. And I'm not alone here on this planet. Ho? And I can't be faking with myself because they not going to respect that. So enough of us. Some people might, but they probably going to be some faking ass niggas too, acting like they respect the shit. Getting me in some more malevolent ass danger than I already am in globally. Oh.
So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. Now let me move on, because I'm still on my black Greeks. I didn't mean to get off subject with that. I'm about to wrap this up. Remember that horn sign that you see them doing represents the god Pan. And that Pan is the Baphomet, the god of all secret societies, and all black Greek letter organizations, and represents the first rulers on earth, Narmer, Ptolemy, and all of them. The devil, it gives birth to left and right. Because you got center, you got left and right, or vice versa. So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. Ooh, he throwing up the sign of the devil. They don't know what they talking about. All of this got something to do with Greek letter organizations. The horns represent Sigma. I just showed you that. Sigma, because Sigma was the first black Greek letter organization. Remember that the first black secret society or Greek organization was the Boule, and that they are Sigmas. The sign for Sigma is the horns of Pan. Don't you understand how important the Sigmas are to the New World Order? And like I said, yep, they are all gay. They all be kissing in the mouth like Baby and Lil Wayne. They learning it from somewhere. But what you need to pay attention to is this scepter. Look at this scepter. What does this scepter show you? It's a rod with two serpents on each side. You know why the Pope carrying that? Let me show you something. Keep that locked in your mind. See, I know my stuff, y'all. She is the pole. Each serpent is a scale. This is nothing but Ma'at. This is pre-dynastic Greece when they was on the right track. This is matriarchal Greece before they turned this right here into the tree of life and then cursed it with Eve in the garden and the snake. They abandoned their matriarchal concepts, and the Egyptians did the same, and now we all in trouble until we get back up under the Great Mother. So you see what we abandoned here, what the Pope's cursed, and he's showing you this shit right in your face. Here she go. She is the scepter. Each serpent is masculine, feminine. Left scale, right scale. She is the pole, not the polarity. Ma'at has two scales, left and right, but she is not neither. She's not the polarity. She's the pole that gives birth to the polarity. The center gives birth to left and right. You know exactly what's going on. So right here is the sun in the sky. And what they're telling you is that the sun actually is the reason why all life evolved from smaller life, lesser life forms. Black power. So look at here, guys. He's wearing a double crown of Norman. And he got his cane in his hand. All right. And I've been pointing this out to you of the double crown and the cane. All right. But I'm showing you how, I'm showing you how even in the black conscious community, the black Greeks have infiltrated consciousness movements and got y'all still worshiping the Pope. But that's a form of sun worship. The sun ain't responsible for nothing. All of these puppets are nothing but messengers. They have to embody that which they want you to worship. And this happened back in Egypt. This was the first beginning of the powers versus the people, or the New World Order, where the people at the top unified to keep their shit going and to keep us poor. Why else would the damn major empires unify? Why? To keep their fucking power going. You're the damn enemy, not them. It was always the peasants versus the powers, and it's still like that today.
So yeah, that's why it's important to speak for yourself, man. And keep doing that until you get to a point to where, hopefully, without alerting too many sensors and radars in the fucking sky. But ain't no way around that, my nigga. You see, so I understand it may seem a bit futile, because you see, yes, you can feel it. I know you can feel it. And it seems hopeless, but you can't give up. You still gotta take your ass and step outside. And take a chance of that being the last sunset you see, cause you're gonna be with a bad one next to you either way, cuz she might fuck around and shoot your ass. Make sure that you don't even up them stopping first. That's the best thing you can do, cuz. You can't have everything at once. My nigga, there's structure to this shit. What do you mean? See? You trying to bypass the real fucking code. Oh? You make it back in, shit, but there ain't no reason to go back in. Stay the fuck outside. You know what I'm saying? You made it to a point where you can speak for yourself completely, nigga, then stay outside till you do. And come back home, nigga, and have some answers for your mama, man, when you get back. Okay, not just some panties, nigga, that you hiding in your pocket that she gonna smell. What is that? What? I smell rainwater. It ain't been raining? Yeah, it did rain. It was raining where I was at. Mom. Where you was at, Rose? Mama, you asking questions, mama? I'm about to go back outside. Don't go back outside. You've been gone for 40 days and 40 nights, son. I was looking for you because I know you love this gravy. Look, mama, it was raining where I was at. We made it rain. We didn't know we was going to see the sun again, so we just said, fuck it, we going to make it rain tonight. All right, son. You know they done launched a new satellite. They say they can see through walls. Really? They still in the Congo, mama? What's the reason they didn't came over now to go and invade the Congo now? They try to say they need all these other minerals. Oh, for real? Now I'm finna have to go stand up for them, man. Well, first, man, let me figure out exactly, you know what I'm saying, who supposed to have been giving these niggas authority to begin with real quick so I ain't looking like a fool and shit. Hold on, man. Let me go in there and put these panties up, man. In my drawer, my bottom drawer with the rest of these panties. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck else I'm gonna do with it. I gotta have my pockets clear so I can reach in my pocket and pull out other answers. You know what I'm saying? And be having my pockets all in, you understand? Compromised to where I can't get in my pocket like I need to. So let me go slide these in this bottom drawer and shit. Compendium, you know what I'm saying? And commemoratives or whatever else out. Cause it's another day, nigga. We wouldn't promise the day, nigga. Got my commemorative, yes. So in this bottom pocket, this little drawer and shit. Hold on, mama. I'm gonna run in here real quick and I'll be ready for the world. So no, yeah. The thing about it is either some type of, you know what I'm saying, nipple hanging ass witch in the center of the woods, just bitter and shit, fucking with everybody, or it's confused and compromised different consciousnesses within individuals born in the position that they're born in. There's literally, you know what I'm saying, European niggas, a European man nigga who called the shots, okay? Right? Who literally was born a man, right? Who got a mama, who probably, I don't know if he got kids or not, or siblings, but definitely got a mama and a daddy, That's the only way the nigga would have to been born, right? And whoever these parents turned over this child to, that's who's precious to him. Right? There's something that is precious to him. There's some people who's precious to this person. Right? Now, it may not be no hope for this person because it's just that important to the fullest spectrum. To these other people who feel like they feel, yes? Who have their decided and determined objective having to do with power, right? Because it's either gonna be service or you're gonna be involved with you know what I'm saying, with control.
Oppressors always find devious ways to continue to keep you oppressed while trying to elevate other groups. So like, for instance, Koreans, Jewish people, Chinese people will be all up in the hood owning our own areas, and they're the pre-movement for the gentrification of these areas, right? And at the same time, we're sitting there saying, oh, well, you know, it's these black Caribbeans that are causing this conflict with African Americans, or it's these black Africans and they're coming and they're taking our jobs. And it's the same rhetoric as the racists use when they say about black people are coming and taking our jobs, etc., etc. But the reality is that there's very, very few oppressors. and there's a lot of oppressed people. And if the oppressed people start coming together, like my phone should be ringing off the hook. Yo, how are we making money? My friend's got a gold mine in Zambia. So why don't we invest in that? And why don't we be making millions of dollars each month in money from natural resources? But people are more inclined to invest in shares in Apple. But yet the CEO of Apple is saying that there's no conflict minerals in their products. I've got an Apple product here, but I've seen the mines where the products come from. And there's children working in those mines. So if we're against child labor here, why are we not against child labor there? But black folk would rather be like, hey, I'm going to put some investments in Nike. I'm going to put some investments in Apple. I'm going to put some investments in Tesla. I'm going to get my money back. At the same
child labor too, though. I mean, most all of those companies.
Right. But if you now, Charlemagne and Jess, have shares in a mine in Zimbabwe or in Zambia, a gold mine, and you're going to be going there to and from, you'll be checking up and seeing that everything is above board, and there's no kids working in that mine, and people are able to earn a living wage. You're not just going to be like, yeah, well, because that's black folk. Whereas when you like, all right, let me get shares in Tesla, it's not your business. It's just, you just hope you get a return on it. But at the same time, and this is what I always explain to people about primary, secondary, and tertiary economy. Not so many black folk own primary economy. Primary economy is resources. It is agriculture. It is land, right? Secondary economy is turning those resources into something it's manufacturing, it's making products. And then the tertiary economy is where we're so focused, where this whole rap battle exists, is goods and services and entertainment.
She arrived at the place, they told her she had to undress and live in the forest for 7 days, going through cleansing.
Wow.
Before she appears before the person to help her. Now, before there's something I want us to note here, that was the king of darkness. But they understand the principle of consecration and cleansing.
Yeah.
Now I understand that. So they tell her you have to undress, stay in the forest, cold, don't eat anything cooked for 7 days. So after the 7 days, you are clean enough to appear before this priest who was going to help her. So she says when she appeared after 7 days, that this priest was a woman who always lived in the forest, and she was like the chief witch of the entire continent, because all the witch doctors.
I mean the entire country
of Africa, not continent.
Wait, she was the chief witch of the entire continent of Africa.
Wow. All the witches, or the wizards, or the sorcerers, or the politicians, the leaders could go to her for powers. So she lived in the forest, that woman, that priest, and she had only one breast, like one breast in the middle of the chest.
So all the people that went to her to see her often went through similar rituals. Have to stay in the forest for 7 days, cutting leaves and
fruits for 7 days. Wow. And then after 7 days, you appear before her. That was the ritual. And it was like everyone had to go through that. So there were many people there. So she said when she appeared, when she came to her, she looked at that witch, that priest looked at my mother and said, go away, I will not help you. So she has been in the forest for 7 days. Now she's walking away. She says this, now this is what she told me. She said, as she was going away, she looked in the sky and saw a sign, something that told her that she has a son. She doesn't know what told. So she walks back to the place where they register, and she tells them, please, I want to go and try again. Then they tell her that also, if you try again, you have to go again through another 7 days. Now, the 7 days she went through, and then she went another 7 days, 14 days. Later, I'll be sharing with you, when I was sick, my deliverance, I had to go through the same cycle of being delivered. The 7 days and another 7 days, but now in the church setting. Because I want to tell people that salvation is free, but deliverance is a price. A price of consecration and being set apart. So she says that, so the second time, the next 7 days, she goes to appear. And when the priestess saw her, said, you are back. You are back. Then my mother tells me, said, okay, I'm back, but you need to help me. Then this woman looks at her and says, well, I can help you, but I can see. Now, I don't know what eye they were using. I can see in the spirit you have a son. But he's very far in the rocks.
He's very far in the rock.
In the rocks. Now, that's the statement of my mother. He's far in the rocks. And there is a strange star on him. If I bring him out, he will be a problem to our powers. The only thing I can do, if you can offer sacrifices, but also if you can accept the condition we shall give you.
Right? You're either going to serve something or you can control it. Right? Now, in serving God, you're automatically serving the earth. You're automatically serving humankind and mankind and the human nature. Automatically by serving God. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not nothing that nobody else is going to be able to influence you or convince you to do. Right? It's going to motherfucking, that's not nothing nobody else is going to be able to inspire you to do. It's serve God. That's something you gotta turn your own naturally benevolent spirit away from throughout your life. Right? Now, if your mom does that for you, for the most part, that does happen. Why? Because she's doing the best she can. Right? She's doing what she thinks is better for you. Because if you don't have some sort of sense of spirituality, right? If you don't have some sort of sense of religiosity, then you're going to be more susceptible to negative influences, right? To corruptive influences to a certain extent. Secondly, she might not be in a position to really make that decision for you, even though she would have to reinforce that direction that you would go in, right? Because first of all, both your parents are going to tell you one thing or the next. You either got both your parents or you don't, okay? Now, if you ain't got both your parents, then you're going to be with your mama. Or you're going to be with your pops. Your mom might have not made it, and your pops was the only one who stayed. Or whatever might happen. Either way, whatever your parents say as far as God is concerned, you're going to go to the other parent, every time, my nigga, to reinforce your association, Now, the more and more that is reinforced based on not what they've been able to see for themselves, the less you're going to expand it once you have the chance, right? Sometimes it happens accidentally, just in your own natural recalibrating alignment of realization, of experience and indulgence, yes, of connecting the dots, taking your ass stepping outside and making it rain on the sunny day. Okay? Sometimes it happens accidentally to where you don't necessarily, it's not so rebellious, and you've retained a measure of reception or receptibility to your inner voice, yes? That you was born with, that you had to quiet, that you had to ignore, listening to other people tell you instead of not telling you at least. Right? They can do what they want to do, but they want to try to make you do some shit. Make you do it. Not let you. Not answer the question for you, but show you where they got their answer from. Right? Because me personally, I studied everything as a kid, where my teacher was a little bit more affluent, say that, right? She was a little bit more cultured. She was a very cultured person. She had done some traveling. She had done some realizing as well as speaking for herself, right? She owned her own house and her own fucking university, nigga. All right. So at this point, she could speak for herself, even though the land that she was leasing this property from, she probably didn't own. I can't say. I'm not able to ask her at this point because, of course, she's transitioned to the realm of the ancestors. So, but at the same time, more than likely, it wasn't her land because right there in Los Angeles, it probably would have cost an arm and a leg, but it's not impossible for her to have owned the plot of land. Either way, who is she buying land from? And who give them authority, nigga, to sell it to her? Is the whole part to where she was getting to being able to speak on behalf of, as my sensei to teach me to speak on behalf of.
So let me make this simple for you. All of this talk about the New World Order and world superpowers coming together and shit getting bad for the people, and everybody's saying, hey man, the New World Order coming, and when all of these nations unify, shit gonna get real bad for the people. Well, guess what, y'all? They hundreds of years ahead of us. And why they got y'all waiting on the New World Order, what they ain't telling you is that the New World Order started in 3100 BC in Egypt under Narmer when the Greeks unified with the Egyptians. That's why you got a damn Egyptian pyramid on an American dollar. That's why you can have an African person that's saying they're a black Greek. These black Greeks always existed, y'all. What you got to realize is that when you look at America today and you see all of these races of people that's calling themselves Americans, think about it. You got Asian people, Jamaican people, so-called Indian people, you got so-called black and white people. All of us say we Americans. When I was in the military, I served with every single quote-unquote race of person you can name, and they all were patriotic with that American flag. So what you got to realize is what makes the American military so powerful is diversity. What you got to realize is that the two biggest empires in the ancient world was Greece and Egypt. And they didn't just disappear, y'all. They want you to believe that these two great-ass empires just disappeared overnight. I'm telling you what happened. The Greeks unified with the Egyptians and the Western world was born. When you look at America today, and you look at, and for example, I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to show y'all something too.
So any type of direction I might have been interested in was available to me. However, if I'm not asking, then I can't explore it. Me, I'm outside. Making it rain. You understand? Right? On a regular, like clockwork. In the night and the day, my nigga. I wake up in the middle of the night, nigga. I'm at the beach, nigga, with grown freaks. Okay? As a pre-adolescent. In my single digits, nigga. Fuck what you talking about. Okay? Now, so things don't come up. I'm not sitting around with looking at the news and shit. Or, you feel me? Listening to grown folks talk about grown folks shit. I'm speaking to grown folks talking to me. Okay? I'm doing kid shit. I'm just joking. I'm just doing kid shit. I'm not really tripping all of that. You're not going to ask questions, especially that's not presented to you. Because as a kid, you're not supposed to know nothing about heaven and dying. You got to die to go to heaven. What the fuck you talking about heaven for? Because as a kid, what are you talking about heaven for? As a kid? How you get to heaven? You gotta die. Well, shit, man, niggas die. Why? You gotta, now you gotta answer that question, cuz. Now, first of all, why would anybody even ask why we died? Especially they see that happens, right? When was the first death in my family? Shit, man. What was the first death I seen? Shit, I'm watching movies, man, as a young nigga. They talking about dead bodies in the movie. You want to see a dead body? That's, this is not nothing you ask no questions about. You don't ask no questions as to, Mama, why did we die? Right? And she gonna tell you one thing or the next, baby. She gonna say, you know what? I read in this book, and I can show you this book, and you can read in that book whenever you want, since you be reading books, and I done gave you all type of books to read. I'm showing you books, not just this book, okay? Right? You know all the books that can be read about whatever else that you might be interested in, whether it be sex, whether it be music, whether it be art, whether it be geometry, nigga, whether it be language itself, whether it be making it rain, nigga, whether it be a old witches in the middle of the jungle, okay? You can ask me about that too. So, trivial questions like why niggas die is probably going to be not high on your list. You might ask, where do niggas get drugs from? Right? You know what I'm saying? When I read in this book that cocaine comes from a whole nother country. So, how come we got it here when it don't grow here? And if we can grow that, then how come we don't grow our own food? Right? You know what I'm saying? If we can grow drugs, then why we can't grow watermelons? We gotta wait till watermelon season to grow that or whatever else. Right? How come we ain't got the land like in the farms like back in the day when they were slaves? How come we can't grow like they grew back then? We gotta be slaves in order to grow our own stuff? Or what? No, I'm just fucking around. I don't really know what a nigga would ask. But the whole situation is what? I'm not harping on nobody. I'm talking about the fact that you're going to have to answer your questions for yourself in order to speak for yourself. Yes? That's the whole part. That's what is the situation, right? That is the real challenge we have. That's what we're up against as a person at all. Speaking, thinking human beings, right? Like I said, there was factions established, my nigga. There has been establishments and foundations as well as organizations, my nigga, and institutions already established, my nigga. That for your voice to have any merit, you would have to contrast as well as be, quote unquote, competing with, or at least considering, at least, of course, aware of or informed about. And that's why it's important for us to discuss these things amongst each other, because and not be trying to see who finna get there first and make it rain longer, like, you know what I'm saying? When it's enough rain, bro. to go around. Yeah.
All sun gods are over music because music is male dominated. Music is control over vibration. So anytime a male god rises to power, he has to control arts and music because those are tools of war. So the music changed when the deity changed. It even sound different. That's why when you go over here to Hindu, their music don't sound the same as American music. Each god is a frequency of that ruler, and they control all areas of your life. Music is one of the most important ones. So you'll notice a lot of solar gods or a lot of these gods that represent Norma, they also control music or sound vibration. That's the spoken word. That's the president. See, you don't have to be necessarily a rapper to fall under the category of sound vibration. Donald Trump is a musician. When he go out there and talk all of his crap, he got the world dancing to his tune. So it's just the gift of gab. It ain't necessarily you being a rapper or a singer. Music is sound, period. And the man ruled based on him rising his voice up like Hitler. And what he says out of his mouth control the people. So that's music. You're dancing to the tune of democracy. You're dancing to the tune of New World Order agenda. You're dancing to the tune of capitalism, and there's a dialogue for that. There's a song for that, or a script. So y'all need to know how deep this is. Pan is also the Sphinx, and we're going to talk more about that before I get out of here.
When a revolution happens, because I've been for a long time now a Pan-African revolutionary, and I've been making change. I've refurbishing the Haile Selassie High School in Kingston, Jamaica. I just came from Jamaica. I've been refurbishing this high school, trying to get everybody within Rasta to unite under this banner of we need to do better for the kids. I built a school in Ghana. I created an agricultural development program in Somalia that was feeding 300,000 people. At the same time, we're doing this project in Congo. We built a village with 24 houses, and we now look after around 200 people, right? This is one little me, just a one man. If you start thinking about collectively what all of these people can do if they put their heads together, but it's egos. Everybody wants to be Moses. Oh, I've got to have my own foundation. Oh, I've got to have my own thing. And it's like, if somebody says to you now, all right, Jess, you got to build a school, and you're going to be like, okay, all right, how am I going to do this? If somebody says, Jess, there's 100 people building a school, do you want to put in? It's like, all right, yeah, put in.
Yeah. Easier. Yeah.
Right? Because the other thing is if you need to do the action as well. If you spend all of your time talking, when are you going to get the action done?
That's right.
And that's what I say to my brothers and sisters who do a lot of talking. And I don't mean journalists and radio show hosts. I mean the black bourgeoisie who have this idea that they are the voice for the people. They're the voice for the oppressed people. I'm like, you're the voice for the oppressed people, but what about the resources? Like, what are you turning that voice into actual action, or are you just saying that you're going to go inspire people?
That's why it's important for us to discuss these established foundations already, because that as a human, you're a thinking individual just like Isaac Newton, nigga. Just like Sigmund Freud, nigga, just like you name them, Jimmy Neutron, nigga, whoever else. What make you different? Oh, well, shit, man, shit, we making it rain. We making it rain. What the fuck going on? What's the difference? Well, we gotta make money for what? For some other white man? Shit, nigga, you out your mind. Fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't even be thinking, we just working, man. Shit, fuck wrong with you? Fuck wrong with you? How old are you, kid? Real shit, though. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, cuz we gotta do what we gotta do until we can get to a point where we doing what we want to do. But that shouldn't take longer than it is we spending the time to get to where we're going, and otherwise we can do it. We want to probably adjust our method, fam. Yes, because it's important. Why? Because we represent our direct surroundings as well as what's most precious to us, cuz. Yes, do you not? You're supposed to have decided that nigga way long ago, cuz. What the problem is probably is, and what I was even referring to is somebody probably had made them decisions for you, cuz. Took it upon themselves to influence your answer, cuz. But a lot of times it's because of particular conflicts that they got, right? They're operating in whatever sorts of imbalance or deficit for themselves. Now, that may never be resolved already. You know what I'm saying? That may take longer to resolve than it is that we even have to resolve it for whoever else. But within yourself, it's going to come to a point to where you're going to have to realize and acknowledge that that's not an answer that you was able to prove for yourself, okay? You can at least start there. You have to at least start there, because you're not really beginning on anything in your life until you can at least check that off. You know what I'm saying? You can square that away, fam. You understand? Even though, like I said, I end up meeting my pops later on, and he's telling me one thing, when my mama's saying, you know, shit, well, where he get that information from? Well, shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, man, he could be right. That could be right. Listen to your dad. Right? I listen to my dad, but then I'm listening closely to my pops, girl. And my pops will say one thing, but then cuz say another thing that can completely contrast what this nigga done already said. And me not trying to use his words against him, I'm giving cuz a benefit of the doubt. So I say to myself, well, shit, what makes you say that? Right? Let me try to pay closer attention in case I'm tripping. That now I got to keep up with what the fuck you saying to me now, nigga. I noticed for you to be saying what it is that you're saying and making me feel different than what it is that I would have been expecting to feel, you must have said something that didn't match what it is you're saying. I can't really place what it is. First of all, that for the most part, I'm just giving myself the benefit of that. I just remember exactly verbatim, word for word, everything you ever said to me. Why? Because I'm a motherfucking rain dancer in this bitch. So I remember everything you told me. Why? Because, nigga, I've been waiting to hear your voice, nigga, since I was studying other men's fucking voices, nigga. So I can't help but remember everything you say to me, cuz. And how you said it, and why you said it, and when you said it. Right? And who I hear you speaking for, nigga, in what you saying. Cause I ain't listening only to your ass. I ain't, you wasn't available, cuz. Okay? But there's other resources available to us, cuz. Yes. Right? Yes, your father gonna stand next to you. Your brother gonna stand next to you, cuz. Your grandfather, your cousin, uncle, your nephew gonna stand next to you, cuz. That's all the more reason, my nigga, for you to have studied other nephews and uncles and granddads, homie. Me, I can't say I don't know everybody quotes like that because niggas contradict themselves. And it ain't nothing stopping me from going within and finding the answer and having that and being clear on exactly what it is that I would say first, or at least in addition.
Control religion put there to brainwash you, and they hope that you a Christian. They're hoping that you Muslim so that you never know the truth about yourself and that you spend your life worshiping these different gods. These gods and these different religions give you a false account of history. Remember that all of these religious texts are historical books, they're scientific books, as well as literature. So when they start you off in the beginning, you gotta ask yourself, whose beginning is this? Because of course the world began just 7,000 years ago with the rise of world religions. So what do we got to keep in mind here? That the Muslims, the Christians, and all of the world religions have parallels. They're basically worshiping the same deity under different names. Why is this? Why, when you think you're so conscious, you say, I left the Christian church and now I'm pro-black. You say, I identify with Egypt and I understand that I'm a king, I'm a god, and you have this whole reverence for Egypt all of a sudden. And what I'm here to tell you today, brothers and sisters, is that right there is another trick. They know that the inquisitive mind is going to question. And if you keep questioning, eventually you're going to leave the church. And that's what happened to me. That's why the Bible tells you don't question. Now, all of the guys on this collage have built schools. And it's people on that should be on here, but I didn't have enough room. So I'm not just picking on these guys. I'm telling you, all of these black communities are government-funded programs that are put there to keep you from getting all the way back to the truth. You got to go back beyond history to know who you really are. And what happens is the plan of the secret societies and the powers that be is to keep you from never going back beyond history. They don't want you to leave the written text. When you abandon the written text, you enter the era of the goddess. The era of the goddess.
So I remember everything you told me. Why? Because, nigga, I've been waiting to hear your voice, nigga, since I was studying other men's fucking voices, nigga. So I can't help but remember everything you say to me, cuz. And how you said it and why you said it and when you said it. Right? And who I hear you speaking for, nigga, and what you saying, cuz I ain't listening only to your ass. You wasn't available, cuz. Okay, but there's other resources available to us, cuz. Yes, right? Yes, your father gonna stand next to you. Your brother gonna stand next to you, cuz. Your grandfather, your cousin, uncle, your nephew gonna stand next to you, cuz. That's all the more reason, my nigga, for you to have studied other nephews and uncles and granddads, homie. Me, I can't say. I don't know everybody quotes like that because niggas contradict themselves. And it ain't nothing stopping me from going within and finding the answer and having that and being clear on exactly what it is that I would say first, or at least in addition. Also, like I said, it's sensors, brother. There's alerts and sensors, my nigga, even within our own psyches, brother, within our own consciousnesses. Those subconscious senses working against you if you're not working with it, right, will alert you to where now you're on the defense so as to protect your own lie, your own mistruth within yourself, your own confusion. Yes, because you may not know what direction to turn in order to resolve where you find yourself stranded. Why? Because first of all, you didn't took too many people's word for it instead when that wasn't never necessary for you to do. But you may not know how not to do that at this point. Right? Me, I'm a different type of nigga. I realized that I was bred a little differently. And that's the whole reason why my mom didn't fuck with this nigga. Because she could see that he was too bent on making sure that you agree, as opposed to it being proven as the undeniable truth, cuz. Which changes, cuz. So, even though we understand it and accept it for today, that is for today. And we got our commemorating until tomorrow. And if I see you, I'll see your ass. Anything else is just uncivilized. And you want to explain it away later. And that's for sure. When ain't nobody asked you. Ain't nobody asked you. You coming out your way, nigga, to give a nigga questions to ask. Right? So I'm listening. You know what I mean? I understand that you may feel differently tomorrow, but at the same time, the structure is structure, cuz. You got to be able to speak for yourself. And we as black men, we ain't been able to speak for ourselves since a long time ago. Okay? Even every fucking country in the continent of Africa is spoken for, family. Ever since the Berlin Conference, cuz. And before that, nigga, the Nicaea Council, nigga. Understand it. Only black men speaking for themselves, generally speaking, are the ones on the microphone, cuz. And I'm not talking about a nigga, President Obama, nigga. Right? And that's all under sanction and control in itself for the most part, cuz. Because you're only going to venture off into whatever sort of conceptual stance or message based on what our options are in front of us. And for the most part, we don't always bypass those options because it will alert the censors. Oh. Me, I'm abstract, my nigga. I know how to speak on it, as well as whatever else I would be saying about whatever else will be included, if at all. Why? Because I respect sovereignty is why. Because I respect sovereignty is why. Right? I might be dope, but I'm only dope as I would be based on whoever resonate with the dopeness. Resonate with the dopeness. And that's why as soon as I get done with my bars, they coming with some shit, nigga, that they didn't even know they was capable of. And before they even can finish their shit, I done thought of some wild ass shit, bruh. But I'm not even gonna speak on it. Why? Because 4 other niggas been gathered around us, cuz. Ready to connect the dots, my nigga. Ready to connect the dots, my nigga. And it's already raining, cuz. No? You know what I'm saying? You can't alert the censors. So we gonna keep it general and abstract, man. But for sure, no, we ain't finna be elaborating and fucking embellishing and all these extra shits. Trying to make sure a nigga know it was me that said it. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's bravado involved, you know what I'm saying? There's all the machismo, that's loveliness. Don't get me wrong. We picked that up from somewhere else to begin with, right? Because what an ego is, what the ego even is. We probably, all of this is in praise and in reverence, nigga, to nature, nigga. To the goddess to begin with, cuz. To have to say anything, it's all gonna be rhythmic, yes?
This ethnophilosophy undoubtedly evinces the existence of great African thinkers, and that's what our topic attempts to learn more about. Historically, we've been constantly told that these great African thinkers simply don't exist, especially because European anthropologists did not see reflections of Europe in Africa. Africa, to them, was a dark continent with dark people and a dark history. According to scholar Innocent Onyewunyi, Africans were viewed as savages who developed nothing. Some of Europe's greatest philosophers, David Hume and Immanuel Kant, promoted that thread of thought. Hume and Kant held the view that Africans, in virtue of their blackness, are precluded from the realm of reason and civilization. Via hindsight, this was a puerile assertion. They certainly weren't going to find an African Plato with that mindset, nor were they looking for him. However, in the 20th century, a Belgian missionary flipped this narrative on its head when he began to investigate the mind of the Baluba people of Congo. In many ways, the work of Placide Tempels instantiates the rise of ethnophilosophy. His investigation led him to believe that he had discovered what he called Bantu philosophy. Suddenly, the idea of the unthinking, unreasoning African could not stand. Here's what he had to say. The discovery of Bantu philosophy is the disturbing event for all those who are concerned with African education. We have had the idea that we stood before them like adults before the newly born. In our mission to educate and to civilize, we believed that we started with a tabula rasa, though we also believed that we had to clear the ground of some worthless notions to lay foundations in a bare soil. We were quite sure that we should give short shrift to stupid customs, vain beliefs, as being quite ridiculous and devoid of all sound sense. We thought that we had children, great children, to educate, and that seemed easy enough. Then all at once we discovered that we were concerned with a sample of humanity, adult, aware of its own brand of wisdom and molded by its own philosophy of life. That is why we feel the soil slipping under our feet, that we are losing track of things, and why we are asking ourselves what to do now to lead our colored people. Placide Temples wasn't necessarily trying to do complementary work. What he was attempting to do, according to scholar Paulin Hotunji, was to find a psychological and cultural basis for rooting the Christian message in the African's mind without betraying either. But instead of discovering impressionable children, he found sagacious men. His discovery is very nice to hear. However, we have yet to find our Plato.
Every time there's a financial crisis, like I was walking through New York a few days ago, and I saw, not actually, I just came from Jamaica, but the last time I was here a few weeks ago, I was walking through New York, and I saw that American people are 34 trillion in debt.
Yeah.
In debt to who? Who are you in debt to? And then you have to think about, if you're 34 trillion in debt, because Africa is a cash system, as you know, here is a credit system. You're $34 trillion in debt, which means that you are spending money you don't have. Then who is doing that labor for you? Where is that being exported to? Obviously Africa, China, India, etc. And the reality is that where there's like this massive amount of censorship for speaking about the things that are real, the things that are I don't want to say that they're bullshit, but the things that I don't think we should speak about so much are, for instance, what is going to dominate the airwaves for the next month, maybe, is Kendrick versus Drake.
That's right.
Who gives a shit?
I just read an article on Rolling Stone, and it was talking about how it's hard to care about a rap war when it's a real war going on.
Yeah. And that was probably referring to Palestine
and Israel, yeah.
There's 5 million people displaced in Sudan. There's an ongoing conflict that's been financed by the West in Somalia. There are millions of people displaced in Yemen. South Sudan, wars back and forth. We're looking at one of the biggest humanitarian crises of our time in Central East Africa, and we are worried about who's got better bars. And if you look at it, let's be honest, rap battles is just grown men spitting poetry to each other. Especially Kendrick. Right, but it is. It's like,
you make it sound so romantic.
I mean, if you're taking the time to go back and forth and research somebody and write poetry about them, I mean, I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
Damn.
Listen, all
y'all popping ass with Sexy Red. That's what he did. Damn.
All I'm saying is there's real wars going on in the world, and I've been doing this work for nearly 10 years now. When I left the military, I started doing boxing. Well, I was boxing in the military, but I was doing boxing to raise money to do these things. And I've been in war zones in Somalia, in Congo, real gunshots going off, real bombs. We had to evacuate kids and all kinds of stuff, right? Seeing trucks full of bodies, right? My phone's not ringing. My phone's not ringing. So people are seeing.
If
I start rapping about it, all of a sudden everybody's like, you know about Congo? You know what's going on in Congo? Yeah. And for me, I'm like.
For the African, one might argue, to the extent that the generalization would permit, truth has an independent existence and is not necessarily dependent for its validity on who voices it. If philosophers argue that their discipline has no absolutes but depends on personalities, they limit its attractiveness to the African mind. So according to scholar Oyeka Owomoyela, individual promotion of an African Plato was simply antithetical to communal ownership, which as a cultural value was ubiquitous throughout the African continent. One might also wonder why many African cultures were oral. Why didn't they write down their thoughts? Even though writing does exist on the continent, many cultures were oral, seemingly valuing preservation through memory over text. There are pros and cons to both models, however. Unfortunately for us Western thinkers, we desire textual documentation. Without the writing, we cannot see an African Plato, and thus, we presume he cannot or does not exist. This kind of thought process, in my opinion, leads us to the same uninformed thinking of David Hume and Immanuel Kant in relation to Africa. So I think we should be careful with that. There seems to be cultural reasons why the African Platos have not made it to our Western ears, and if we're seeking to understand African culture, we should be open to reframing our line of questioning or simply being mindful of our Western biases.
Over the years, I've reached out to many people, and most of the people, when I ring them or when I message them, they leave that message unseen. They ain't bothered with that because they're trying to work out who's going to go to the Met, what is happening with the Grammys, what is happening with the Oscars, what white validation is going to come. I got a BET award, but the only reason why I wanted the award was to speak to black folk in a mass audience. I was
What did you win for? What do you...
Global Good Award for doing the work that I've been doing. And the same year, Nipsey posthumously got a humanitarian award.
Okay.
And these were the two awards for like doing good and whatever. But I was sitting in this room and everybody was in this room and I was like, there must be 1 billion in this room alone. This is like 2019. I was like, there must be 1 billion in this room alone. That money could be invested in something collective, a cooperative for people, and then we could use it to actually fix up hoods here. And I wanted to go and speak on the stage. They moved my shit to the side stage. I didn't even air on the main thing.
Wow.
And that's the first year that they did that.
Wow.
The reason being, as I said about these same gatekeepers, is they don't want people like me who are not just mobilizers but organizers as well. They don't want us around us because they know that we can do for self.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for this tipping point where this genocide that's been going on in Congo for 25 years, it becomes like how it was in the 70s and in the 80s with South Africa, where everybody was like, we need to stop this shit. We need to stop it because we can't have these systems emerging where so many people are being subjugated by so few people. In Congo, so many people are being subjugated by so few people because there's no weapons factories in Congo. So how are they getting all these weapons? How are there so many people being murdered when there's no weapons factory? Well, the Bush administration and the Clinton administration was funding that.
Sounds like the same thing that happened in the hoods of America here.
The same thing that happens in the hoods in Jamaica. It's like, we don't have no weapons factories. Why is it full of weapons? We don't make no drugs. We don't have no cocaine.
Ain't no gun manufacturers made in Harlem.
Right, exactly.
Like Nino Brown said.
But then white folks speak about black people like, oh, they're just so violent. It's like, bro, look at your armies. What do you mean we're so violent? Yeah, we're going to be violent where you remove all ways. Like, look at when here in America, when they
remove all resources.
They removed all the blue collar jobs. Yeah. They filled the hoods with crack, and then they killed all of our leaders. And then they said, go on then, go and work it out. And where are we now today? Are we in a better situation? I know that you right now, whoever gets elected, you ain't got no hope for the hood being fixed. Any of the hoods.
No.
We know he was a Freemason. All of these black Greek societies, man, Eastern Stars and all of these folks, they working together with the powers to sell out their own people. And white people doing the same. They selling their own people out too. It's a collective effort of these world powers, but everybody got to be down on it. And everybody's selling their own people out. And it's really the powers versus the powerless. So you can see here, all right, this symbol L on the altar. Remember that L, okay? That L right there is why we take the oath. Look, candidate taking the oath of an entered apprentice. This is what you're looking at. Look at the L though. Pay attention to that L. You got to pay attention to that L because why? Why, Brother Sanchez? Well, let me show you. Let me show you. I'm going to blow y'all away today. I'm going to show y'all how evil this stuff is, what go on in these college campuses, how sick it is. So I'm giving y'all the science here. If you see the Alpha Phi Alpha hand sign, it's L. It's the bent scepter. All right? Because this is the fraternity of Cometicism. Every last Greek letter organization has its own mission. And the A5As were put in the black community to see the religion of Cometicism. They're doing their job working for Big Brother. And their hand symbol is the bent scepter. It's the oath. It's L. It's the hand of Narmer. All right? Because I want to be thorough here. This is gay stuff, man. I don't care what you say. So you see his hand, it's an L. That's the oath. And that's that L right here. Remember, A5A is EVE. It's ovaries, ovo. Drake tell y'all about ovo, well that's A5A. Egg, vagina, egg. That's Eve. The woman's vagina is surrounded by ovaries. On each side, it looks like a capital T. All right? When you say A5A, you're saying EVE. What they did was they hid the goddess behind the man. So this is A-pi-A. The pi is always the womb. That's the pie slice. And this is A, and this is A. This is ovo. This is the mark of the beast. When you say ovo, you're dealing with the ovaries. That's Dodge Ram, by the way. The ram is the female uterus. The ram is the lamb, is Jesus. So how did the female uterus get turned into a dang on man god? Because they desecrated the woman. This ram that you looking at, that's the goat god Pan. That's Narmer. He replaced the matriarchy. He replaced the female rulership. The males that run the world today. We used to all worship the womb. Now we worship the male gods. Pan, Narmer. You no longer have reverence for the womb. All the male gods tell you to curse the womb. A C-section is called a cesarean section, and it's named after the Caesar. Envy, ego. When you look at all these sun gods, they full of ego, they threat you. They don't rule you with love like the mother goddesses did in pre-dynastic. See, let me show y'all something. All of these statues you see right here with the man ejaculating, masturbating, this was the beginning of the male cults. It's about desecrating the female. Let me get back to this knowledge. Can't nobody tell me that I'm lying when I'm showing and proving. The Greeks called Narmer men. The first cults did ejaculation rituals. You had to ejaculate. In other words, let me go back here. The Bible got two testaments. The word testament is testicle, dealing with the first male cults, the first gods on earth that they even wrote the Bible off of. The gods of the Bible ain't nothing but solar deities. These guys are magicians, because guys like me who really come to set the people free, they can convince the people to kill me, because they can call me a coon. They got so many tactics they can use to have Brother Sanchez silenced by ignorant ass people who can't see that I'm the real damn savior. And this is not no ego. All of us are saviors when you go out there saving the people, giving them the truth that'll set them free. But if you're going to give them the truth, you can't give them the beliefs. The beliefs ain't going to set us free. The beliefs going to keep us bound. The truth going to set us free. So if we ain't free, it's because we ain't got the truth. We've been too busy divided with the beliefs for the past thousands of years, but now it's over with. Look at this man's hand. It's making an L. Just like that dude I just showed. He making an L. Where he get that from? He get it right here. All of this black Greek shit was ruling over the peasants together. You had all of these powerful men up at the top doing gay shit, ruling over us at the bottom. And now they running the world today, passing all of these gay-ass laws, still doing all of this symbolism right in front of your goddamn face, and you don't put two and two together. They can do this right in front of your face, and I can show it to you, and your indoctrination will kick in and say, Brother Sanchez, you a coon. You the agent, Brother Sanchez. When I'm showing y'all the damn agents, how can you then turn and flip it on me?
We picked that up from somewhere else to begin with, right? Because what the ego is, what the ego even is. We supposed to, all of this is in praise and in reverence, nigga, to nature, nigga. To the goddess to begin with, cuz. To have to say anything, cuz. It's all gonna be rhythmic, yes? So understand that, man, that's the pattern. And every pattern is symmetrical, cuz. So whoever's speaking, she gonna be speaking about him and he gonna be speaking about her. Otherwise, there's an imbalance, cuz. Eventually, nigga, to close the circle, right correctly and exact. As far as patterns go and structures go, cuz it's going to have to be symmetrical, otherwise there's an imbalance. Yes, that's why within every circle dome, as well as triangular structure or formation, there's a particular signature frequency energy there. It is a mixture of three prominent energies. Okay? This is what we refer to as a divine energy in any dome structure, as well as triangular, that is symmetrical. Yes, you build this, and you have not only just that one particular divine frequency, but this divine frequency actually is the mixture of 3 out of the 13 frequencies on Earth. There are 13 frequency signatures on Earth. Okay? Now 3 of them are the most prominent. But this one divine one, out of the 13, mixes 3 out of the 10 in the one that it is. And it can be found at any circular dome or triangular structure, because that's symmetrical. Okay? That's what you call structure. That's what you call sovereignty. No, ain't no way around it. Unless you're trying to make some sort of point. You're trying to push some sort of agenda. Was the whole part. And a lot of times we cannot help it. Of course, because we're working with what we're able to work with, and we're doing the best that we can, or the best that we're doing our best. Right? We think we're doing our best. We're trying to do our best. We're trying to make a difference. We're trying to make an impact. We want to be important. Yes. We see that there's an element of importance involved with certain methods, and that's appealing to us. But what are you serving, God? What are you serving? Because that's what life is. It's service. You know what I'm saying? That's the part. So, yes, either it is that is this one person that stay alive, right? And that would be interesting because it would have to either be that, right? Because the only explanation is, right, it would have to be something like that, yes? Because if it is that, then that explains some things. It explains something, yes, as to how the corruption actually, you know what I'm saying, the different reach and spread of the corruption. The pattern and structure itself, the system and pattern, as well as, you know what I mean, design of this corruption in itself, it would speak to that, right? The same sort of source is constant, as opposed to it now mobilizes, or what is it called, you know what I'm saying, moving around basically to different sort of deteriorations within people's consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get to a point and you automatically like a portal to that shit in both directions though. You get to a point to where it's like in service as opposed to control, right? Or corruption. And you also a portal for restructuring or for balancing. Yes? To neutralize the imbalances as opposed to perpetuate an imbalance or to initiate an imbalance, whether it's there or not, or, you know what I'm saying? It's already like imbalanced, but like I said, that's all, everything is in our favor though. Like I said, we've been given this time now to where it is people everywhere. There's people everywhere now. Okay? Before, the people that were where they were, yes, there was still people everywhere, but they all came from the same place, fam. Okay, now this is something that either is fact or isn't also, okay? It either is that our Creator, God Allah, made us in one particular place, and then we spread from there, or our Creator created humans, the humane being everywhere, which is not the case. Even genetic evidence will tell you that. That is why, okay, the mitochondrial gene, yes. The Eve gene, yes. It's only within the black woman, no. Well, listen, man, I told you already, girl. That's the situation. That means we came from one source, nigga. So, that means what exactly? That it's a white woman somewhere, nigga, that we don't know about. Nigga, that ain't died. I'm fucking with you. I'm only fucking with you. Like, so look, I mean, it comes to the point where it's like I said, like, if we were all to unite, that would mean the expulsion, or rather the fading out of the white race, which that's not even necessarily the case at this point. Of the white race, which that's not even necessarily the case at that point. Why? Because there is everybody everywhere. For one, even though there was everybody everywhere before, nigga, the white man ain't got to all them places at this point. And got surveillance, nigga, sensors, nigga, got posts everywhere. They didn't try to move up in Africa. They didn't got their ass up in Africa now, under the guise of trying to reduce terrorism now, cuz from other countries coming into Africa. Okay, now this is new. This is new. The only white folks used to be able to find was pretty much centralized, nigga, in lower South Africa, nigga. Before, okay? But now these niggas ain't got their ass up, all up in the, they trying to come all throughout the continent now, okay? But now it's like, okay, some people realizing it, and they saying, oh, look, that's all right. We don't need your help. We don't need your help. They want to bomb us, they gonna bomb us. So, you know what I'm saying? Let them bomb whoever the fuck they want to bomb, cuz. What African countries got bombs, cuz? Not one. Not one. And we don't need them bombs, cuz. Because that's taking it a step too far, my nigga. If we gotta protect ourselves from bombs with bombs, then we probably should just defuse the bombs and keep it face to face, man. At least, nigga, you can't blow us up, nigga, from over there, cuz. Which, the part of even why it's important, what I'm saying is, we would have to give them a reason to bomb us, cuz. For them to be able to play it off as if they're not just doing what it is, the whole reason why they made bombs to begin with. So that's what's going on, and what we have to be very, very conscious of what is going on or transpiring even within the continent at this point, because it's now been all of these influences, nigga, and agendas that are playing out through the corruption, through these interactions with outside of the continent, right? Within the continent, it would be fine if it wasn't for these minerals that they're saying that they need for technology, which they made the technology in order to need these minerals for. To begin with, after they made the bombs. Gold wasn't enough, cuz. They found gold in Russia, cuz. You said, nigga, use your own gold. Okay, diamonds wasn't enough. They found diamonds in fucking Russia, cuz. That wasn't enough, cuz. Use your own fucking diamonds, nigga. At least the backbone of all of the economy, nigga, of the global economy is on oil, diamonds, and gold, nigga. Where they got oil up from, nigga? Nigeria is the richest oil, cuz. You find oil, nigga, right here in the desert, use your own motherfucking oil, nigga. That's not enough for you. You ain't finna find coltan nowhere else, huh? Regardless if you do find it somewhere else. The man, one African country got no warheads, nigga. Nuclear power, nigga. Don't need it. If it wasn't for all of this extra bullshit, niggas would be able to cohabitate, man, and figure it out, my nigga. As per usual, like the inception of all of the unity of Africa, yo. I'm not saying African people are unblemished and righteous people. I'm saying, look, man, if it wasn't for whatever sorts of other interests, right, and the fact that the world economy has been now established as backed on oil for whatever reason, which is not necessary, backed on gold for whatever reason, which is not necessary, but that was created, right? The whole gold was created, right? By who exactly? Okay, they say that was Mansa Musa, right? Montezuma. They say Musa was Montezuma. No, the actual king of Mali wasn't even Musa. Musa was his basically his accountant, basically. Was his right hand man that he left in charge when he came to the Americas, cuz, as Montezuma. They call Montezuma in South America, yo. So that's two kings of the same kingdom in two different areas. Okay, he left somebody else in charge. Now, two kings ain't even regular. That shit, the whole shit was all for so that there can be some sort of structured exchange, right? Some sort of structured agreement. Yeah, some sort of structured agreement of interaction, a mutual respect between people. All right, because it's kind of interesting, the whole gold trade, even starting with the Mali gold, right? Because not too many other places had gold like that, right? Niggas had basically had a monopoly on all the gold, but where was they? How was they even? They was giving gold to other people for other things, so that they can have gold, right? So as to, you know what I'm saying? Make it to where there's some sort of mutual, sort of at least professionalism to people acquiring things, because niggas was running around raping niggas for shit. Taking what they want. But they didn't have everything that they ended up liking. Like sugar. Right? white sugar, cuz. Got niggas hooked on the sugar, brother. To where it was like, shit, we need this tea, we need the sugar, my nigga. And wheat, my nigga. Yes? So then they start coming trading other goods and getting the gold. Right? So then there was dealings that had been happening between men and people that didn't end in niggas taking what they want and burying your ass. And then it just not being developed and wasted, basically, based on who wanted to have it more than the next nigga.
And this was before the Dark Age.
Of course, there was wars or whatever else. Don't get me wrong, there's always been, you know what I'm saying, tribal wars over territories, but that didn't leave people without. They were still sharing after the wars, right? It just was who had dibs on a particular part of the territory, more so than the next person, right? We're not taking you out talking about we want to erase your whole fucking creed of person. You just gotta move, or either one of us gotta move. We like this spot, nigga. Well, this our spot. Well, shit, this musical chairs. You got up. You move, you lose. We ain't moving. Well, shit, we finna move you. And if you got something to say about it, then you come fight us in this war, cuz. And that wasn't right to begin with. That should have been structured better too, right? Because that can be handled between two men. Whoever got something to say, whoever lead the village, the tribe, if that nigga's not man enough to fight the next tribal leader, and it be decided between those two men, which that's how it did go down in a lot of different indigenous cultures. And people respected that enough, right? That's how it should be done today. It should be done in a boxing ring. Why we gotta have, you know what I'm saying, generations and generations of people going to war shooting bullets from far, you know what I'm saying, hundreds of people, thousands of people perishing when that can be handled based on a match in a ring. It's the same thing, it's a match, is it not? Who got the better strategy, right? But then see, no, then you got room for, you know what I'm saying, what is called, what's the word?
Collusion.
To where it's two-sided, you know what I'm saying? People playing both sides, basically, against each other, just to be able to capitalize off of neither one of them really winning in the end.
Collusion.
So, that's not complete, and it's not really structured as effectively as it deserves to be. It's all a facade also. So, at least, nigga, you got two people in the ring, that can go on. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's established for however many months, however many years. Shit, and you gonna have to respect that. Why? Because otherwise, niggas gonna be dying unnecessarily, and it's still gonna be for nothing. It's why. You feel like you want to have it to where it determines it for however short amount of time, that's something we all gotta vote on. And that's what that means, nigga, you gotta train your fighters just that much more rigorously, to where they can't lose no fight, nigga. And if they lose, you gotta respect it. You gotta respect the form, nigga, like you would if it was a war. I don't understand. The best of the best, shit, you can have somebody who was born from the rival nation come fight for you. Fight for the nation. For the nation. It's about what the people decide. And who the people decide gonna represent them. Because at this point, the people ain't deciding who represented them. On either side.
Systems, wherever they meet black people, are terrible.
Yeah.
Right? So we need our own systems. Not all Arab people are bad. But Arab systems where they meet Africans is terrible. No, Chinese people are bad. But Chinese systems, you see what they're doing in Africa, buying up everything. You see the people in the Caribbean is the same thing. So it's like, I don't think integration was the best idea. It might have been a good idea on paper, but you see what Martin Luther King said before he transitioned. Before he was assassinated by the government, by this government.
Yeah.
He said, I've integrated my people into a burning building.
Yeah.
Right? And I say that two men or two women in a burning building should not stop to argue. So what are we arguing about? Yeah. We need to just keep moving forward. Like, I learned Kiswahili so I can be able to speak to people in Congo because they don't speak English. That's how diligent I am. That's how much work I'm trying to do. And then you have people who are more concerned about rap battles, who's sleeping with who, and the culture, it seems, is just being dragged down into nothingness. Hip-hop used to mean something, right? And I've seen Umar Johnson speaking about this before. Hip-hop used to mean something, and at the same time, it's been 50 years of hip-hop now. Where is the hip-hop university? Where is the hip-hop factory? Where is the hip-hop school? Where is the hip-hop of... Where is the hip-hop offices for the elevation of young black and brown people in Baltimore, in New York, etc.? It doesn't exist. But these men are so opinionated, and now women are so opinionated about arguing.
And what they're telling you is that the sun actually is the reason why all life evolved from the smaller life, lesser life forms. The sun ain't responsible for nothing. The sun is a life form itself, just like the moon. The womb is responsible for all life forms, and evolution is a hoax. It's just another way to glorify the sun. All right? Don't y'all know that it's white members of A5A? That white members can join all black fraternities too? Yes, I'm going to be getting into that. So the pro-blacks that's telling you to hate white folks, they in secret brotherhoods with them. Y'all going to think I'm lying. You got white people in Greek letter organizations. We know the Kappas played a big role in the civil rights movement. Black Deltas, all of these white folks you see here, they in black Greek letter organizations. So this is what they ain't telling y'all, that Bill Clinton was a Sigma. Yes, Bill Clinton was a member of Sigma, Sigma Phi Beta, I think they call it, yeah. So understand that white members have been in these societies for a long time. And if you don't know who Sigmas is, Terrence Howard is a Sigma. Now, Sigmas are very important. These black Greeks, man, they won't tell y'all the truth. They're going to keep ruling over you. It's for them to stay in power, you to stay powerless. Now, the role of the Sigmas is very important. The Sigmas control all of they're responsible for putting your people in office. So most of your presidents are Sigmas. Each black Greek letter organization control a different faction of society. For example, the Omegas control sports. The Omegas, Phi Psi, and all of them, the Q Dogs, they control sports. Most of your athletes, NBA, NFL players are Q Dogs. Most of your Kappas are pretty boys. Most of your Kappas, they are just businessmen, lawyers and all of this, doctors and all of that. The A5As make up 95% of all black lawyers on earth. So they have the law enforcement on lock. Your Sigmas represent the political, the black congressional caucus, the black people that's in politics. So Bill Clinton, they said he was a black president, but they was telling you that because he's a Sigma. He's in a black Greek organization. So is Terrence Howard. Why the hell is the actor Terrence Howard in the same secret society as a fucking president? Because they control all factions of life. The president ain't nothing but an actor himself. That's what you got to realize. This is a big show.
Motherfuckers got playoffs and NFL championships. Nigga? Nah, yo, nigga, for what? So you can say what team you like better? Nah, bruh. How about, okay, well, look, we feel like we want to try to have a contest for these natural resources over here, nigga. And if you win, brother. And we got next season, or whenever we decide that next season gonna be, whether it's 10 years, 10 days, right? That means that you gotta have either the same fighter or another fighter or slash player, nigga, that's gonna win in 10 days, right? And that means what? That you gotta bump up your training, my nigga, is all it is. Just like you would have to do in a war, no? But see, that's the whole point. We got niggas bullying niggas out here. Okay, and that's not the look. Okay? That's not balanced. It's not. And it's only going to lead to further corruption and mutation within the structure. Right? Because why? Because there are men, right, sitting somewhere in a room who ain't got to do nothing but make a phone call, bruh. And they change the entire world scene, right? And it's enough people who's around them who eating off the fat of the corruption enough to where that they keeping those people even just distracted enough to where they don't call it off for everybody else. At this point is the situation, because they're not making it rain nowhere, kid. They're not making it rain nowhere. They're not outside making it rain. They're not outside making it rain, right? They too delicate for that. First of all, don't nobody know who they are, because that would be too dangerous. They protected by the nigga, the order, the society of secrets, cuz. Who ain't got to be but maybe 100 people thick, cuz. But billions of people are susceptible to these 100 of people's activities, man. It's the situation.
Repeat that. Every single last black leader, you can't name me one that wasn't also a black Greek. In other words, black people have never had a true revolution. The only true revolution we had was Marcus Garvey. That was the only one and last one. What you got to realize is that Garvey wasn't even versed in the knowledge he needed to know. Versed in the knowledge he needed to know. We give him props for being able to control that many people and be a leader. But Garvey, what many people don't know, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. But what I want to do, hold on a minute, because I'm about to blow y'all away today. So check this out. This is what we're going to do here. Let me find my slides. All right, so let's talk about Norma. Let's talk about Norma. Talk about Norma.
They're not outside making it rain. They're not outside making it rain, right? They too delicate for that. First of all, don't nobody know who they are, because that would be too dangerous. They protected by the nigga, the order, the society of secrets, cuz. Who ain't got to be but maybe 100 people thick, cuz. But billions of people are susceptible to these 100 of people's activities, man. It's the situation. That's obvious. Even with world leaders, we got the Pope, he don't know what he represents. He's just a spoke at this point. That would be the most effective method when it comes to control. To have someone who actually has, quote unquote, that doesn't actually have power, but they're in a position of power, even though the real power is divine order and sovereignty. Nature has its structure to it. And those who want to exploit that structure would then just need to implement the effects and have it take over itself. right? Because neither one of us was the one who thought of it. Unless it is that ones, of course, who thought of it, who passed the actual real procedures to these other people, which a nigga like me, a real mastermind is just gonna put it in place and like I said, let it take itself over. You understand? And so that's what I mean. Even with the witch in the woods, or whatever, whoever it is, it ain't even gotta be a witch, it ain't even gotta be a human, it could be whatever else. You know what I mean? At the same time, it actually is a creature, right? It actually is a monster in itself, in that it is the shadow force.
So if you look at the pharaoh here with his double crown on, this represents Narmer, and we being deceived, y'all. The secret societies got this shit organized. They got this shit orchestrated to where when you try to go back beyond Narmer, you ain't gonna be able to do it. People who go back beyond Narmer and talk about the age of the goddesses, they say that we giving primitive people too much credit. In other words, when you debate somebody like Jabari or a Hoteper, they'll tell you that before Narmer, everybody was just dumb. We didn't know nothing. They'll tell you pre-dynastic time or prehistoric time is the time when people was dumb and they didn't know nothing, and that we didn't know shit until this pharaoh rose to power. And this is the timeline deception. Jesus did exist. When Jesus was born in mythology, that was day one on the Julian calendar. And the rise of Narmer. Jesus is Narmer. So Jesus is Narmer. And there was no literal Christ that was born from a virgin. That was a king that was born from the old world matriarchy. Alright? That's why when you go and look at the history of Christianity, they come from the Minoan culture. And they had the serpent goddess. The Christians abandoned their original nature goddesses at the same time the Egyptians did, and that was when the New World Order rose. Under this unification, we all turned our backs on Mother Nature. The Christian serpent goddess was their version of worshiping a divine womb. What did they do with it? They cursed that in the Garden of Eden. You see, in the Garden of Eden, they did a couple of things. They started the Genesis, or the genealogy of the Pharaoh, or the First Testament. Remember that the Old Testament and the New Testament is the testes of the king, the testicles of the Pharaoh. Let me show y'all something. Narmer, hold on. Hold on a minute. Give me a minute, okay? Let me just get a minute here if you don't mind, to find. Basically what I'm looking for is a picture of the Pharaoh with his hands raised, taking the oath. All right, the oath started in Egypt, and ever since then, everyone who takes an oath, they're going against the people. I don't care if you're a police, if you're a military member. Definitely if you're a Mason or a Black Greek, you know you're going against the people. Okay? Let me just get a minute here if y'all, if you don't mind, to find. Basically what I'm looking for, Genesis. I just told you that Genesis started off in the beginning of us coming from darkness to light. You really think the earth just was created 7,000 years ago? No. What happened 7,000 years ago was the beginning of the New World Order and us being ruled over under testaments or under the testicles of the male. It's brotherhoods that rule the world, y'all. The sister fraternities and the sister sororities, they don't have as much power as the brotherhoods. We've been ruled over by male brotherhoods ever since Egyptian time. So this is the God man right here with an erected phallus taking his oath. taking his oath with an erected phallus. You had to have an erected phallus, y'all. They want to know that you can get a hard on to a guy. Because if you can't get your thing on hard around all of these men, then they know you ain't gay. And they want to know that you got a little fruitiness in you, that you really down with this shit. Because this whole male secret society cult, when it was originated here, and listen, what you looking at is when civilization started under these male cults. But I can even go back prior to men and show you when we was living in the golden age, how it started back then. Prior to the dynasties, prior to the Egyptian male, the Greek rulers, and this new world order system we in today, we was a people that was just in sort of a village type state. All around the world you had villages that was dominated by women. And this was called autonomous villages. Autonomous is another word for saying sovereign. So during this time, there was no one ruling over us but nature. And the reason it was matriarchal, because the woman had more knowledge about the seeds and the plants. This was during the time when we was vegetarians or vegans. We was leaving the Garden of Eden. When we left the Garden of Eden during the first Exodus, and there was big concentrations in Africa, people were still vegan for a long time. The eating of meat rose with the rise of male cults. You will see that a lot of big key changes happened with humanity when our diet changed. So when the woman, we depended on women when we was vegans because they held all the knowledge of the plants and the herbs. They was the ones that fed us. That's why in a lot of art you see the woman giving the man an apple or a piece of fruit.
You understand? And so that's what I mean. Even with the witch in the woods, or whatever, whoever it is, it ain't gotta be a witch, it ain't gotta be a human, it could be whatever else. You know what I mean? At the same time, it actually is a creature, right? It actually is a monster in itself, in that it is the shadow, the shadow force, right? Of our subconscious, that hate mechanism, right? Because if we're not serving, that means that we are using, right? And you get what you get. But if you're taking, that means that you're being now also expended yourself. Your life force and spirit is now being extracted and funneled into a momentum that is already in place, that has already been operating, especially when you don't awaken, right? When you don't realize and begin to put yourself in a better position to speak for yourself and make your own decisions, right? It may take you having to not necessarily serve, but obey whatever sort of options that are in front of you, enough to pivot and maneuver yourself to where you have at least that experience to be able to say for sure the next time, if you're able to survive that shit, right? But through your intuition, when you can even sense that, just remaining still, remaining real and true to yourself, even if that means not necessarily deciding completely or continuing in what you decided, because of course you weren't clear as you have been able to become. Now, a lot of times that's hard because it's like you want to be able to stay true to yourself and honor your word or agreement, even with yourself, whether whoever else may be involved. But your truer self, you've been able to grow more into, you understand? In whatever activity that you've entertained, right? no matter how respectable it might have been, no matter how advantageous and beneficial that it might have even become. And that's fucked up because it's like, that's why you got your parents and shit. That's why we supposed to have our parents. Right? But that's the whole thing. For sure, it's definitely a corruption at the sea level. It's definitely, you know what I mean? It's starting before you even make decisions, bruh. It's before you even make decisions. First of all, you wouldn't even think to make the decision that you would even have to decide correctly on until you already exemplified independence. And you're not going to even get to an independent state, my nigga, without having to compromise. Right? Your very allegiance. Right? Why? Because like I said, nigga, they got satellites in the sky, nigga, that know exactly where everybody is. So if you out in the jungle somewhere, nigga, just living free, they know exactly how many people that is. And when a new person come, whether it's a newborn or it's somebody from the concentrated urban community that woke up and decided to just go be natural, they gonna see that person, my nigga. The satellites is counting everybody, family. What the fuck you mean? Fuck you mean, cuz? Ain't nobody nowhere that the fucking satellites don't see you? That's why they got warheads, nigga. Fuck you mean? Fuck going on, cuz? Yeah, satellites in the sky right now, nigga. They know exactly your height, your blood type, nigga. Your middle name, okay?
How your breath smell.
How long you like to make it rain, nigga? They know
your hair color.
What size drawers you got on? What's your favorite position?
Your voice tone, brother. I know you done said something in your lifetime. Do you got the same voice as anybody else? Well, the shit, nigga, that's on record, family. Understand it, nigga. And play back the most prominent words you ever said, nigga. That you was the most sure in your life. Nigga, the most confident as well as certain. They got that one recorded, nigga, ready to play back, nigga. For that European sitting in the room to be able to make a decision based on when they get to talking about how you done ventured off, nigga. This is the person in mind that's out of nowhere just moved into a totally uncharted area. I think he's going to go try to just be free. Oh, really? Play us back his voice. It's going to be when you said the most certain shit in your life, nigga. And he's going to be like, man, let's just see what happens. Or, man, you say he's alone? Well, send this quote-unquote UFO to go abduct this nigga. Like, what? Bring him to me. You can sample this nigga's DNA and shit, cuz. Quite literally, nigga. You feel like it ain't happening? And then some, man. Understand it. That's what we feel when we get to thinking to ourselves. Right? And niggas still waiting for you for a comeback. And niggas are still sitting around waiting for your comeback. Right? That's what we feel when we get to thinking to ourselves. So that's the situation. That's exactly what we up against. You know, they know exactly where everyone is at and what everyone is doing. And so that's why they feel like it's safe. Right? But that's still not stopping those who are not in these concentrated areas, right, from breathing correctly. Right? You know what I'm saying? And they might already have the DNA, nigga, that breathing correctly gave them. Nigga, since the dawn of time. Right? Why? Because they haven't been infiltrated. They haven't been corrupted. They haven't been modernized. But they don't need to be modernized. Why? Because eventually, nigga, there are urbanized communities in these close enough to these rural, indigenous, natural places that they're going to exploit and manipulate and finesse into conflict with other countries outside of Africa. Because say to yourself, who is Africa warring with other than other Africans? Not nobody yet. Not nobody yet. And why is that? Oh, because nigga, we know better. But that's not gonna stop them from making it what they want it to be, cuz. To run up in there, cuz. Not for the ones that they even run up in there acting like they're running up in there for, cuz. It's for those niggas in the jungle, cuz. Okay? Breathing correctly, cuz. Who ain't stopped breathing correctly, my nigga? You feel like all of the yogis is in Asia? He's a fucking fool. Better thank God there's some yogis in Africa, cuz. In the jungle, cuz. With good on the earth as they main focus, cuz. Why? Cuz they ain't got shit else to focus on better, cuz. They making it rain for real, cuz. What? They making it rain for real, cuz. What? You think they not? You not gonna make it up in there, cuz. Why the shit, man? Cuz it's different camps, nigga, surrounding. You know what I'm saying? The entrapment. Or it's not happening like it should be happening. Already not happening like it should be happening. Right? Because, like I said, we was around this whole earth before, fam. This whole earth was already filled, I mean, until they say something happened where niggas would have not been where they would have had to been, they were stuck there for some reason, right? And in unfavorable conditions towards a humane involvement, right? To where they ended up becoming thinking incorrectly, to where once they did come up out of there, then we had to have niggas from Mali showing them how to have respectable agreements between each other. Yes? What's the situation? Right? If you think about, nigga, when did gold start? Well, shit, they start making gold. The church start making gold. They start making money out of gold that they got from fucking Africa. Okay? Why? So that they can have some sort of control, some sort of influence comparable to the kingdoms of Mali, bro. Okay? Because that was the only trading going on. This is before the slave trade, nigga. Gold coins came before guns. And the nigga, slaves came after guns. Okay? Best believe they had guns on them ships. Oh. But they had also, nigga, pockets full of gold, too. Some of them not even had gold. These wasn't even the sophisticated barbarians, wooty-wop, savages. Nigga, they didn't have no gold. These was broke-ass criminals trying to go to America. At this point, by this point. But they had guns, though, cuz. The only gold they had had already been in a corrupted ass fucking business structure, nigga, coming up out of Britain, homie. You okay? Okay, so they contracted these criminals, nigga. Right? But even that, nigga, was a whole nother little situation, you understand? As far as the real purpose of life didn't have shit to do with no business. But it did have to do with us getting to the core of being able to cohabitate once again, cuz. Without having to destroy niggas, because that's never necessary, cuz. Niggas already having contests with the trophies. Look, man, switch those trophies over to whatever side political sort of differences niggas is having, and let that be resolved, right? Let that be settled without niggas having to get shot up, right? Unless it's some niggas who signing up for that. But at this point, it's not even fair. It's not even like it's not fair the way it happens. It's not even like determining. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just basically a cycle. You know? It's basically just a cycle. When it deserves to basically be to where you can actually do something about something with what it is that's happening. As opposed to, okay, now other people getting involved because of the injustices and all these other things. Right? That's what I would imagine that UN would be in place for. Yeah, no, it's not even effective, basically. Which I think some people have the right idea in mind, like they have a good heart as far as even their intentions, right? What they see as possible. You know, so they're putting their best foot in the right direction. It just has to be enhanced, upgraded.
Back during the time this unification was happening, it was telling the people that it was going to be some good for them. And they started blending these deities together. What happened was the rich got richer and the poor got poor. And it started back then when the first peasants was created, because leading up to that unification, they was raiding the villages. Them first male hunters that broke the laws of the matriarch system and went hunting, when they rose to power, see, this is what y'all don't realize. Them first male hunters I was telling you about that existed before these Norma and all of them, that's what led up to Norma and all of them. They didn't just build these secret societies and they didn't care. What y'all got to realize is this was normal in Greco-Egyptian society. It was normal for men to be bisexual. In other words, if you go and study the history of bisexuality or homosexuality, it'll take you back into these Greco-Egyptian times. What you'll realize is that was the norm. It was normal for a male to go both ways during this time. A woman didn't see nothing wrong with a man having sex with another man. She still would marry that man. In other words, the stuff we look at today, what they trying to make normal, it was already normal back then. They just trying to rebuild their world today. So all of the laws to make the homosexual stuff normal, it's just them trying to rebuild Sodom and Gomorrah or Greece and Egypt. They're trying to rebuild this shit. That's why you got a Memphis right there in Tennessee, and you got a Memphis in Egypt too. You got an obelisk in Egypt, you got the obelisk in D.C. They've been trying to rebuild this evil world for the past thousands of years, and they've been successful at it. Because, I mean, shit, just look at the place. Look at it. So, bisexuality wasn't a bad thing during this time. It was okay for a man to go both ways. He still can be married and have a family and still have sex with other men. That was okay during this time. It was nothing. Like today, you would say, oh, that's fucked up. Back then, it was normal. Now, why am I saying this? Because it's also normal today amongst rich people. In other words, there's a society within our society, and it's called Greek-lettered societies or secret societies, and they still live like Sodom and Gomorrah in secrecy. And their plan is to take that lifestyle from behind closed doors and push it on the rest of the world. They want to take their little secret society and their little evil lifestyle, their little sick way of living, and they want to force that on the whole world. And they have done that, y'all. They've done that today. Today, look at the stuff that's legal that wouldn't have been legal back in the day. It's because the men that's writing the laws are black Greek members or white secret society members who are here to rebuild Norma's empire. We're living in the kingdom of Nimrod. The kingdom of Nimrod.
You got enough people in enough places to where intermingling is not a threat to no race at this point. And that's what had to happen. And that's why you got it to where motherfuckers was lingering in areas to where they got to doing some shit that wasn't natural to do because they had to spread out. They had to bubble up right there, okay? And that was the point. If you, it's either gonna be one race obliterate the next race, or we're going to have to figure something out anyway. So, the original kings of this planet, nigga, already decided that it wouldn't be that. That's the whole point of bringing good to the earth, because the earth already has some differences to iron out. At the point where there was Africans born from this original African woman. Okay? All right, so now, where was these white folks at this point? Was shit that was either not yet created, or they was, right? And it either had something to do with that, or it didn't, right? Because I'm proposing that because of this whole trap in the ice, if you follow me, follow me. I'm proposing that because of the whole, you know what I'm saying, situation, climate-wise, that it fucked up their brain, right? Now this is scientifically provable. In fact, it's already been scientifically proven, nigga. Okay? So, I hear what you saying and all that extra shit, but I'm not speaking for nothing, hoe ass bitch. Because this is scientifically proven right now today, nigga. That's why they moving so fast, so as to obliterate other niggas. Because no matter what do end up happening, you're always gonna be able to prove that. Even using, nigga, Europeanized philosophy, nigga. Okay? Even though they're already, nigga, subconsciously as well as telecommunicatively and morally, nigga, attacked the youth of Africa, nigga, through media, nigga. Bitch. You can already find, nigga, that the less melanated individual is more prone, nigga, to psychoticness, nigga. Nigga, not able to integrate the two sides of their brain so readily, nigga. So, it's gonna have to go one of the next way. Either way, they're gonna destroy themselves in the motherfucking meantime if they not trying to do what would be the best thing to do. Because you ain't finna do a fucking thing to the African. I might die in the fucking meantime, but it ain't about my life. It's about life in general. And it's gonna have to stay about that if any of us expect anything better than what has already gone too far. Faggot. So we can dance around the issue all you like. But you got those that's precious to you, cuz. And there's no reason why you can't be building right there next to them unless there's a larger fucking conditioning that's happened that stands to be corrected and realigned. Because all of this ain't been for nothing. It ain't for you to go fuck around, turn around, and destroy yourself. Fool ass hoe. Africans been dying, nigga. Africans been dying, nigga, by the millions, nigga. Every year, nigga. Still ain't enough for niggas. Why? Well, because of course, you got to feel like it wasn't meant for you to be. Well, shit, man, ain't nobody fucking with you, man. Prove niggas wrong, other than attacking niggas. Prove niggas wrong other than attacking niggas, homie. Real shit. Right? That ain't how you prove a nigga wrong, by saying with shit. But then, you know what I mean? We the ones with all the say so. Well, what the fuck you over here for, cuz? Then why you over here for, cuz? Nah. That's one conversation. That's one conversation That's one conversation as far as how any of this could be possible and what's perpetuating it, keeping it in place. It's even how all the money's even made, which is incorrect from the beginning. We need freedom everywhere. We need freedom everywhere. There needs to be freedom everywhere, but if there's no structure, then it's going to be nothing but savagery. Right? What's the lesson? Yes? Which is why we have these testaments, yes? These monuments, yes? These artifacts. So I have to say, look, man, towards beauty, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Towards structuring beauty, yes? The art of and reverence of nature, yes? We got to get back to all of that. Whatever it is your nature is talking about, well, that's what your nature is talking about. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their own heritage, their own folk tales, all of that shit. Right? It's enough going on within your circumference. Even if you was to go intermingle, you got enough money, which it ain't about to be about no money, cuz. It's about to be about what your calling is, what it is, the dots that you're connecting is what it's going to be about. You got somewhere to go, but shit, man, shit, hopefully that's what it is. Otherwise, by the time you get there, you won't be able to stay there for so long before you don't, you know what I mean? It's not matching. It's not mixing. Right? And ain't nobody gonna fuck with you, but you ain't finna be able to get too much done in the time that you have on this earth, cuz. Unless, of course, you can just go waste time on the motherfucking device, which would take coaching to run to begin with. Nigga? Fuck you mean? I'm saying, cuz. It is what it is, and that's what you call the structure, my nigga. Regardless, cuz. You want to figure out another way you can waste time without raping the jungle? Well, shit, fine. If that's what you feel like the answer will be, as opposed to standing up and connecting the dots, you know what I'm saying? And speaking for yourself, well, shit, man, that's going to have the reach that it has, okay? Now, you can always, of course, follow through what it is that comes to your heart, my nigga. Right? Whatever information you need to go acquire, whatever sorts of intermingling you feel like you need to do, you want to go investigate others. You know what I'm saying? Habitats, whoopty-wop, man, you get out there, there's going to be a place for you, cuz you want to bring 70,000 more niggas with you. That's only going to fly if it's live, my nigga, if it's raw. And if it's not, then bro, whatever's raw is going to take precedence, man. Why? Because we open to that, right? We breathe and thinking correctly, family. Not following what somebody else then told us, family. Right? We breathe and thinking correctly, family. Not following what somebody else then told us, family. Whatever's raw is going to take precedence, man. You know what I mean? We got each other. Like I said, it wouldn't be the white race, whatever race, ain't no race is being obliterated. It's enough niggas now, okay? Right? At the point, but people's taking it over the top and doing too much with it, acting like it ain't been Africans just dropping, bro. Back to back, bro. More so than anything, than anyone ever, forever, nigga. Since anybody start dying, cuz. Who you feel like the first niggas getting murked was? It was some white folks killing each other, okay? That's who it is in the Bible, killing each other, is it not? Is it Africans in the fucking Bible killing each other? No. It's two white folks killing each other, okay? Two brothers killing each other. They got the nerve to, and they had the nerve to leave they self white. Right? So, what am I saying? I'm saying let's get back to, nigga, what's actually the situation, right? While we can. As far as when I say we, I mean yo ass. New booty. I'm half and half, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm half and half, so it's like, what am I supposed to say? Other than what I'm saying to you. I'm not fighting for survival shit. I mean, at the same time, I wasn't born for nothing. And don't never let nobody let you believe that. That's not what our ancestors gonna say to us, regardless of whatever race you is, cuz. Right? But they gonna try to say something different, cuz. You go anywhere else outside of this continent, they gonna try to say something different about your race, cuz. And your right to justice and your right to existence, cuz. They got all these different type of theories and philosophies, cuz. Even though, nigga, the fact is, nigga, that mitochondrion, nigga, came from up out of the original Eve gene, nigga. Ain't nobody trying to act like don't nobody else got a right to live, though. Or they less than human, though, like.
So what am I saying here? They said, Darwin said we come from monkeys. And when black people say that they was first, they saying that they was monkeys. This lucid skull that they said supposed to be African's progenitor, that is not real. It's not real. It's a forgery. It's fake as hell. And it's white people trying to give you your history, black people. Think about that. You got rich white people and rich black people trying to give you this monkey origin story. And to make it so crazy, they say that life was seeded on Earth by something crashing, by a fireball crashing into Earth from outer space. And over time, that fireball turned into monkeys, which turned into humans. So they said we come from space monkeys. They playing a joke on y'all. They even got a fucking, y'all think I'm lying. The joke's on you. The joke is on you. The joke is on you.
Why didn't temples relate to us any Plato's? If he was impressed enough to call this Bantu philosophy, surely some names of great ancient African thinkers would have made it into popular culture to some degree. Why haven't their names been passed down in written or even oral form? This line of questioning is perfectly reasonable for Western thinkers. However, as mentioned before, its relevance fails when one considers how some Africans organize their societies. I'll explain. Let's begin with why there were no individual philosophers popularized in these regions. Scholar Oyeka Owomoyela contends that in traditional African society, to attach one's name to an object or an idea is to assert exclusive claim and proprietorship to it, whereas traditional society frowns on the implied possessiveness and ostentatious self-importance. In other words, our African Platos would have been behind the veil of communal tradition. Your knowledge is our knowledge. Thus, promotion of the individual was not a part of many African value systems.
And your right to justice and your right to existence, cuz. They got all these different type of theories and philosophies, cuz. Even though, nigga, the fact is, nigga, that mitochondrion, nigga, came from up out of the original Eve gene, nigga. Ain't nobody trying to act like don't nobody else got a right to live, though. Or they less than human, though, like. Okay? Because that's the entire philosophy, nigga, as to why they even was trying to convert niggas to Christianity, cuz. Why they even came up with this particular sciences to begin with, cuz. And that ain't changed, cuz. You heard of Darwinism. They try to say every person evolved from apes, but then they got other philosophies now that's branching off of that philosophy, saying that that supposedly that apes themselves came from a mixture between these original divine race of people, right? The Atlanteans or whatever else, who supposedly was not Africanized people. They try to say these people got white skin and blue eyes. Yes, this is what they would tell you, because it's convoluted, confused, different accounts, but the majority of them is leaning towards there being a original race, or these main races, and then these sub races up under these other races. Yes, and they try to use all of these different all of these different ancient artifacts and records so as to corroborate their theory and whatever not. When it's a way to know, right? And that is what? To do what all of these people that supposedly wrote this information was doing, right? While they reading and interpreting it through modernized, standard sort of conventional science, but not meditating like the people who wrote this shit. So as to say for themselves, just as these people were saying. But they trying to say basically they don't need to meditate because the people who wrote it wasn't the same as them, but at the same time, they closer than other people of the same quote-unquote human race, though. Nah, son. Interpreting it through modernized, standard sort of conventional science, but not meditating like the people who wrote this shit. So as to say for themselves, just as these people were saying. But they trying to say basically they don't need to meditate because the people who wrote it wasn't the same as them, but at the same time, they closer than other people of the same quote-unquote human race, though. Nah, son. At the same time, I bet you still be trying to come up over here, though. I bet you be still be trying to come up over here, though. I bet you be still be trying to come up over here, though. Like, when that's fine, you want to be up over here, but understand when you get here, a lot of whatever else is the tradition here, right? And the custom and the code here will be a lot more serving and enriching to your spirit, your full realization spiritually. Yes. Right, and you want to be involved or you want to be, you know what I'm saying, included, but not on that whole full revolution sort of redevelopment that is necessary within the continent. And that those there are thirsting for, right? Otherwise, they finna have to go to work. And another structure that's actually stripping them of that opening, right? Because it's fertile land. They don't really need they don't need to import nothing. You can grow everything from the richest soil on earth, right? Let alone if you want to have the economy based on gold and diamonds, there's plenty of that there too, but you don't want to give them their fair share of their own natural resources. Now, whose decision is that? Oh, you say the powers that be within Africa? Well, how did they get in power? Right? How did that happen? Well, that happened in a particular way. That had to do with outside influences. And that was then and this is now. Cause I think that, whoever it is will be willing, if whoever else was willing that they doing this business with, to renegotiate that contract. So that's a conversation, man. That's going to take some organizing. You know what I mean? Because we all got climate. We got climate threats even with the oil that's being burnt. Right? We supposed to be going natural green anyway. At this point, they're trying to get a monopoly on a natural green. Right? They're trying to take it where the gold standard is nothing to where now all that's left is the diamonds. And then this is after they going to go and take all the coating they need up out of the place. Yes? So yeah, man, it's just the interest is clear. And that it is, okay, power and control, right? But it's falling on the demise of humanity as a whole, or whatever culture or creed, right? It's about those codes of original structure.
Why has the most people in the world since the Cold War have died in Congo, and the rest of the world is not speaking about it? So in the last 50 years, Congo's deaths have equated to more than all of the world wars and conflicts combined.
Wow.
Etc., etc. And we're not speaking about it because it's black African people. If these were white people, if these were light-skinned people. And the thing is we have to be the ones that speak about it, because it's only black people who are going to care the most about black people. If we don't care, then nothing's going to get spoken about. And I think that the problem with capitalism is it hides its deficits, right? So, yeah, there's a green tech revolution and we might be able to do some carbon offsetting, right? But there's 7 million, nearly 8 million people displaced because of it. So it's like, do we want that as a solution if we're going to see, in our time, we're going to see one of the biggest genocides and biggest displacements of people? So I think that's the biggest problem for me.
Yeah, and that's the other component to it, right? The other component is you have all of these different countries who are benefiting from what's going on in the Congo, and people are not going to be willing to give up their technology. Sadly, in this world, that's, we live in a capitalist society, but everything runs on capitalism. People are going to say, okay, yeah, we know those people are going through that, but you need laptops. That's the mindset.
No, but it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
Can have an African person that's saying they're black Greek. Here she is. So the Egyptians and the Greeks, just like the people in the pre-dynastic world, had a reverence worship the womb. For the womb, we all worship the womb. So masculine and feminine both comes out of the womb. And that's what this art is telling you. Africans had the same concept of womb worship. So this became cursed with the rise of the first pharaohs, and what happened in the Garden of Eden, they abandoned their matriarchal concepts. So you see what we abandoned here, what the popes cursed. The center gives birth to left and right. So when yin meets yang, you get serpent in the middle. And what happened in the Garden of Eden was the woman and the serpent became cursed, and the man was given rulership over the earth. Alright? They cursed the womb and gave Adam the keys of the kingdom. But what you got to realize is this. Who is Adam? Well, let's go to Adam. Because what y'all don't know is that the biblical Adam, or the first solar deity, the biblical Adam is just a copy. So read here, Adam is Atum. He was known by Atum by the Sumerians. So Adam was the first man, or the first solar deity. And the Sumerians said that Atum or Atum was the first god. But look, he wore a double crown. This Atum god is really Norma. The first man was the first pharaoh. Pharaoh is really Norma. If you think that God came from heaven and created man from dirt and then made woman from his rib, you're a fool. People have always populated earth. So when you open up the Bible that's in the beginning, it's coming from the rise of the first man. Let there be light. Adam was created, the woman was cursed, and Adam was given the powers of over the earth. And now we ruled over by Adam or Atum or the Pope. The male rulership, patriarchy. This ought to make y'all mad. You see it say Adam was the first God to exist on earth because this is Ptolemy. The king is the son. Everyone know that Ptolemy was supposedly a Greek invader. Well, what the hell he doing with a double crown on? That's the, you know why? Because Ptolemy is an armor. And this is what the Black Boule and the secret society's job is to do. Is to teach all these Kemetic black hotepers that you so special because you started civilization and you come from Africa, and they credit all of this to Narmer. But when you go to researching who Narmer is, you'll see Narmer ain't nobody but Ptolemy. These black Greeks, y'all need to start setting them on fire. They deceiving y'all. They got y'all still worshiping this damn invader, telling you that it's a black man. When it was a black man and a white man. It's just the way America is today. So you see that Narmer is men, he is Pan, he became Atum. Let's move on. He became Atum. Heliocentrism, or the first solar deity. The rising, the sun and the king have two things in common. Both of them rise to power. Kings rise and sons rise because the king is the son. He come from the womb of the woman. He's the son, the S-O-N, and he but rises to power and sets up his kingdom. And that's how we begin to be ruled by the sun, or sun-centered ruling and sun-centered ideologies, which is chaotic. Heliocentrism became Atum. The male do not leave the womb to rule over the womb. You can't rule over the womb. The evil men that rule our world, they have an anti-womb mentality. They don't like life. They're all about population control. They're all about desecrating the woman because they're all about controlling things. They want to control how many souls is reincarnated into this realm by tying the tubes of the woman, putting on birth control. When you close the womb, you close the tomb. Jesus being resurrected in the tomb is just ancient reincarnation given to you again by patriarchs. The womb is the tomb. We always come in and out of existence through the womb of a woman. They changed that when they cursed the woman in Genesis. They changed the genealogy or the genes of Isis under this unification. We all turned our backs on Mother Nature. The Christian serpent goddess was their version of worshiping a divine womb. And it shows you how we went from that to now the males ruling. In the book of Genesis, the woman is cursed and Adam is given the power. That's how we went from matriarchy to patriarchy. From the Greco-Egyptian Dark Ages into this new world order that we in today. So the Sumerians say that Atum was the first god because he's equivalent to Narmer. That's why he wears the double crown. Now let's keep it moving. Here is also Ptolemy with the double crown. We know that the Ptolemies were Hellenists and were instrumental in giving us the globe and Christianity. But they didn't do it alone. The Greek pharaohs learned from the Egyptian pharaohs and vice versa, just like they do today. Just like you got heliocentrism. Heliocentrism, does it look familiar? On Darwin's evolution chart, it has the sun beginning everything. It has on Darwin's evolution chart that the sun started all life. Greeks are working together to keep all of us poor people oppressed and divided and conquered. concepts like Comedicism is part of the agenda. You got to understand that Norma was one of the first where Masonry existed. Hey, shout out to River England.